10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Namaste and a very warm welcome from us at healingourearth.com. I hope that you are tuned in and tapped on and ready for today's session. Welcome. I'm so excited to be a part of hosting today. We've got such a great lineup and we've had many successful events. We are global, we are online, so go to healingourearth.com and tune in, invite everyone. Before we start, as always, I'm going to do a Gayatri mantra. Let's get grounded, let's get ready. Please join me. Om Bhur-Bhuva Swaha Tatsavitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. That's better. We are ready, energized, and ready for today's lineup. As I mentioned, we are global. We've had successful events. You may have seen our wellness event. You may have seen our prayer and meditation events. We are reaching in every corner of the globe, and we are here today to focus on yoga and breathing. What a fantastic time, as our breath is our life force, and we are going to learn so much. We've got speakers and facilitators from all over the world, as well as some fantastic co-hosts as well. So before I get ready to introduce the first guest that we have, who's going to be leading a yoga session, I would like to tell you a little bit more about her. Her name is Sandhya Manoj. She's the co-founder and teaching at the Manasa Yoga School in Malaysia. That's right, as I said, we are global. She's going to be showing us some yoga techniques and sharing her knowledge. She has had the opportunity to teach yoga at universities and through Procter & Gamble, working on a corporate level as well. I'm so pleased that we can welcome her as our first guest today. Please stay tuned in though. We've got many other speakers from Iceland, France. We've got Shanti. There are two sisters, an all Sanskrit female rock band from the USA as well. So there's diversity. We are cross multi-faith, multi-regional, multinational, and we're live from my home to yours. I hope you stay tuned. Before Sandhya comes on as well, just a reminder that you can tap into our past events as well, if you would like to see what we have been doing. And we've also got future events coming on. There's hashtag Kind20 that's coming up next week. And we've also got an environment focus as well on the 31st of May. So, as I said, I'm going to get ready to hand over. I've got my yoga mat down here. And as a primary school teacher and also home educating my own two children at home, I'm definitely going to be tuning in and ready for this one as well. So if I just take a look, as I said, Sandhya has taught, is teaching, currently teaching since 2001 in Malaysia as well. And we're going to see if she's live and ready on her yoga mat, I believe, to come and ground you. Let's see, Sandhya, are you there? Namaste.
Namaste, Deepa. Thank you so much for that wonderful intro. Namaste to all who are watching and who will be watching us. Let me start by expressing my deep gratitude to Mr. Neel Kumarji, who approached and offered me this platform to be a part of such a wonderful Healing Our Earth mission. The intention at this time, where, as it has been mentioned in Kathopanishad, Shurasya Dhara Nihita Duratyaya, we are all at that racer's edge where we are staggered with a lot of worries and tensions. Our own, we may be dealing with it, but it is out there. And at such a juncture, for a platform like this to come together, to unite in thought, to unite as a healing, as priority, and to unite in the rhythm of breath. Thank you again to all the team members for giving me this opportunity. I will be doing a short session on pranayama. The 116th mantra verse of Yoga Chudamani Upanishad says, Pranayamena yuktena sarva roga kshayo bhavet. Prana cannot be just said as breath. It is that life force, the life source, when flows beautifully, seamlessly through each one of us, it provides that glow in our lives, in us. Prana is something that we all anchor into. Pranayama, that technique that we can align ourselves into, is a beautiful way of invigorating ourselves. How is definitely a wonderful question. But before that prana that we anchor ourselves into can have the capacity to take sarva roga as in all the diseases, to kshayo bhavet. At a moment when our immunity is low, when the oxygen is not reaching our cells or not enough, or a deplete at the ATP synthesis happens, we lose that boost of immunity that is there naturally in us. And of course, when the loss of the immunity happens, we know we are susceptible and open to diseases that could be caused virally or bacterially or all out there in the open. So how do we access this prana that gives us the vigor, gives us the immunity? Now, scientific researchers have shown that supply of oxygen and sometimes the restriction of oxygen works very well on our immunity boosters, as it kickstarts or it invigorates itself to a functioning or to boosting our immunity. Now, this is a very beautiful scientific research that accessible, especially to the yoga practitioners, because in a pranayama technique, we do ratios where 1:2, which is you inhale to a certain count and you exhale double. You deprive the system of oxygen, or you deprive or you hold the system without the oxygen. So the Bahya Kumbhaka, Andar Kumbhaka all has its different added benefits to the practice. Let's also briefly look into breath. Now, in the Manasa tradition that me and my husband Manoj Kaimal has been following as a system that we have developed, we believe and we teach, we propagate breath as a movement mechanism. The intake and the exit of air during to the atmospheric pressure variances is the movement of air, which is called breath. Now, in this mechanism, there are a lot of physical structural parts involved. We have the pelvic cavity, we have the abdomen and the cervical cavity, which is very much involved in the entire mechanism. So bringing all this together and bringing the awareness along with the application of your intent and content of mind, which is why we call ourselves as Manasa Yoga, let us do a few pranayama practices. Now, in our system, we believe that movement is very, very important, and it is not just in a seated position, as Patanjali says in his Samadhipada, Sthira Sukham Asanam, which means in whichever seated position or whichever position you are grounding yourself, that asana, which is the grounding that you're creating yourself, you need to attain the state of sukha. So in that perspective, we need to work on that entire movement mechanism with the liberation of the pelvis, which means if I'm going to my mat, as I'm standing, I need a little bit of movement and release from my pelvis so that I do not have anything pulling me down, so that the movement of the breath can happen in wholesome manner. Similarly, if I have a tight abdomen and if I don't have a release there, my rib cage will not move to give me the wholesome mechanism or the wholesome movement of the breathing technique by itself. So before we start into the pranayama technique itself, if you have a mat or if you are seated or if you are standing, in whichever position you are, you can just spread out your legs and just extend your hands and move that pelvis so that there is a release to your obliques and your sides, and you're just giving it a little bit of a release. Now, if you are a consistent yoga practitioner, you can do this from Trikonasana. You can even go into a balancing position where you're just doing Ardha Chandrasana, getting that side really released. Just in an inhalation and exhalation, of course, please make sure you do to both sides. Now, if you're seated, that is also fine. Wherever you are sitting, you can just extend yourself and just feel the sides just extending and giving it a release. The pelvic musculatures are getting released. Your obliques are getting released. And those who want to challenge the balance, that is also possible. And slowly coming back to center. You can do a forward bend. We have the technique called KCC, which if I give you a side view, you're just, or a seated view, you are just getting that rib cage to really open up and a good stretch so that your rib cage is getting a good opening. Exhaling, you can come back to center. Inhaling, exhaling. One more breath. And exhale. And before we go into the deeper count of working with the breath, we can look into how the abdomen works while breathing and how the rib cage and your collarbone area works for the different steps of breathing. So I'm going to lie down. You can observe, or you can just place your hands by the abdomen just for you to watch and observe. I'm going to place the block so that you can see the movement. As you inhale, the abdomen is relaxed and you are inhaling like a balloon effect. It is really rising. Inhalation, the abdomen rises. Exhaling, it lowers. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go to a count of 5. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wonderful. Now you can release your hands and come up to a seated position. You can be seated either on the floor or you can be seated on the chair. As much as wherever you are, you can do these techniques as long as the awareness is working within you to focus on what you're doing. So sometimes we have the habit of, we are working, okay, let me just do a couple of breaths of awareness, which is great, but that couple of breaths should be with full concentration of the movement, putting your mind into the action of what you're doing. We will do a 3-part breathing. So you may close your eyes if you're already tuned to my instructions, or if you want to keep it open, that's also absolutely fine. Before we go into the 3-part breathing, I just want to focus that when you inhale, you're working your energy right from the bottom for the first 2 counts. Then you're going to hold for 2 counts. Then you're going to work on the rib cage, which is what we refer to as rib cage breathing. So the inhalation from the bottom, which is the abdomen area, you don't expand as much as we did when we were lying down. So inhaling, you still hold the abdomen in a normal, not restricting to a tightness, but you're holding it with a slight bandha format. You inhale, you hold the breath. Then again, you inhale where you expand your rib cage. So another 2 counts to expand your rib cage. Again, you hold the breath. Then another 2 inhalation. You inhale where the collarbone, this area expands, and you hold the breath. And exhale to a count of 6. So I'm going to count to 6, where each 2 will get a 2 pause. So let us start. Exhale out completely. Inhale, awareness at the abdomen. 1, 2, hold. Inhale, 3, 4, rib cage, hold. Inhale, 5, 6, collarbone expansion, hold. And exhale out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Inhale, abdomen, 1, 2, hold. Rib cage, 3, 4, inhaling. Collarbone, 5, 6, hold. Exhale out normally, as much as your breath can avail. And inhale, abdomen, 1, 2, hold. Rib cage, 3, 4, hold. Collarbone, 5, 6, hold. And exhale out. This is a 3-part breathing. If you have picked up the technique, you can work on the expansion of your inhalation to 3 counts and 3 hold, or 4 counts and 4 hold. There is no condition of you have to hold a particular number, but it is always wonderful if you can slowly, slowly work on the expansion of your breath. The next one, we will do inhalation to a count of 4, exhalation to a count of 8. So you may close your eyes in whichever position you are. Your hands can be in a chin mudra so that you center yourself. Exhale out completely. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale slowly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold your breath. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. We're going to hold for the count of 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 5, 6, 7, 8. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Resume normal breathing. Wonderful, as if you're able to keep up, you can work on different kind of ratios, which is holding the ratio from 1:4:2, which is you're holding the under kumbhaka into a ratio of 4 times of what you're inhaling and exhaling to a double count. You can even start with bahya kumbhaka, which is external retention, that is before you inhale. After your entire exhalation, before you inhale, hold for a count of 4 or count of 8. Each one of us have different capacities. Sometimes we are capable of keeping the internal retention better. Some of us are better with external retention. Indication, we can work on what we are not yet good at, but we are good at breathing always. So we will look into another technique called Kapalabhati, which is world famous. It does not require too much of instructions, I believe, but yet. Kapalabhati, Kapala means the skull and Bhati means shines. So when you do this technique continuously, you have that glow, that prana that goes into right into your Kapala and gives it a complete invigoration. Also to keep it as a technique when you're absolutely tired or when you need a sudden wake up, like the Kathopanishad says, Uttishtata Jagrata, when we are not at the best of our elements, we can always access Kapalabhati as a refreshing technique. So Kapalabhati, other than Bhastrika, the inhalation is a natural process. The exhalation is the focus. So you have your focus happening here at this part, this area, and you work on your awareness completely at this zone so that that really works, and that works on the chakras. Of course, I'm not going to go into too much of details, but the idea of working on our nadis is already approaching. So one round of Kapalabhati, how you're going to do it for those who have not done it before, you exhale out completely, you deep inhale, and then you just work your abdomen like a pump, like you just exhale. So I will just show you, it goes. The focus is only on exhale, 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 exhale. So you just work your stomach like a pump, and the work is all at the nasal area. So let's do one round. Exhale out completely. Inhale. 1, 2, and start. Hexi, 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 hexi. Second speed. Hex, 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 hex. Faster. Hex, 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 exhale, exhale, exhale out completely. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold your breath as long as you can maintain the Antarakumpaka. So try not to pressure it. We can slowly time as we are regular into the practice. You can start timing yourself to 20 seconds or 10 seconds and then work your way up to 1 minute even, because internal retention has its own benefits, as I mentioned. Once you have exhaled, resume your normal breath. Now we will look into the famous Anuloma Viloma Pranayama. Before we go into that Nadi Shodhana Pranayama, it is important to understand that the Moolasthana has that main coil of energy, which is called Kundalini. Now, Kundalini travels, that energy path is Sushumna Nadi, or the central path, which is along the path of the spine, which is a little bit more detailed, but for a later session. Now, during our daily activities, we seldom access ourselves into the Sushumna Nadi. We are always between the Ida and Pingala, which is the sun energy and the moon energy, or the right and the left side. So to balance out and to really trigger and to start that energy flow through Sushumna Nadi, we need to find the balance. We need to come into that Sandhya state with the Manonmani layer intact to work on Sushumna Nadi. So that absolute balance between the right and left, between the Ida and Pingala, is that state of Sandhya, and that mind allowing it to work completely in unison with that Manonmani layer. So let us work on the alternate nostril breathing. So those who are familiar with the mudras, you can just take in whichever way you usually use, but we take it this way. The right hand, the forefinger and the middle finger comes into the line of the thumb. Now, the right hand is the only hand that we are going to use. Left hand remains in Chin Mudra on your lap. We close the right nostril. Now, again, when you close the right nostril, make sure you do not push the septum. The septum is the bridge of the nose. We try not to pressure any part. We just work on that line. We just close it so that you have a good closure of the right nostril. So we close the right nostril and we exhale out through the left. So you can start now. Exhale out through the left completely. Inhale through the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale out through the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale through the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale out through the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale through the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now you close the left nostril with the right ring finger and you release the right thumb and release the breath through the right nostril. Exhale out through the right. Now you inhale through the right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale through the right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale through the right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale through the right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale through the right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Close both nostrils without pressing too much, but just enough to close your nostrils and release through the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now inhale through the left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold your breath with both nostrils closing. Now slowly release the right. We are going to exhale to a count of 8. So which means slow exhalation. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Inhale through the right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. Holding your breath. Exhale through the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Inhale left. 2, 3, 4. Hold. Exhale through the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Inhale through the right. 2, 3, 4. Hold. And exhale out through the left completely. Release the hands. Close your eyes for a few seconds. Once you have this much of breath in unison, another technique we do as one of the closing techniques of a pranayama session is the Bhramari pranayama, which I don't know whether we have enough time, but...
Oh, yeah, oh, thank you so much, Sandhya.
No problem.
Wow.
Thank you, Deepa.
I was trying to go down here and practice as well, but thank you so much for adapting it so that we can do it at our place of work. Many of us are working from home as well at the moment. So that was really useful, and explaining the science of the breath, and especially linked to immunity at this time. I think that's really good in alleviating that feeling of fear. Everything is controlled by our breath, and as you said, it's our life force. So we've got to make sure we're breathing, but breathing well as well.
Yes.
So, namaste. Thank you so much, Sandhya.
Thank you so much, and all the best for the rest of the show. Have a great one, and I will be watching the rest of the show. Thank you so much, Deepa, and thank you, Neilji, again, and the entire team. Namaste.
Thank you. Namaste. Wow, what a way to start. Oh my goodness, I feel so full of energy and ready now for the next guest. I am overwhelmed and so excited to see our next guest. We've just gone to Malaysia. I am in London. We've gone to Malaysia. We are now crossing over to Hong Kong, sorry. Originally from Japan, we have Ayako Ichimaru, who has made Hong Kong her second home. She is a violinist, a musician, a performer, and so much more, has even composed her own piece of music. She is award-winning. We are very honored and privileged to have her here today. I think I'd be right in saying konnichiwa when I pass over as well. She's performed at the Great Hall in Beijing and also at the White House in America. So what I love the most when I was reading about you, Ayako, is that you're building bridges through music and media across nationalities as well, and promoting a message of peace and happiness. So with that, I cross over to you. Konnichiwa. Thank you.
Konnichiwa. Thank you, Deepa. And namaste and Om Shanti. So today I would like to share my two passions, music and meditation. To me, the music and meditations are tools to bring up my self vibration and atmosphere to higher stage. And this is my passion to spread the higher vibration through music and meditation. And today we're gonna have the journey together. And first, I would like to share the music of my spiritual awakening, called Awakening. And it was inspired by my own experience of self-realization, which was I, the soul, the living being, point of light. And it has unlimited energy. And through this realization, the divine energy has touched my heart, opened my heart, unlocked my heart, and melt my heart, and cleanse my heart. And that was such an incredible experience that I couldn't describe. So I thought, well, I'm a musician. I should share this experience with my music. So today I'm going to share that music and also meditation. I'd like to explain about a little bit of meditation. The meaning of meditation, the meditare means deep thinking, and mediri means healing and caring, and Asian means in process of. So meditation actually means that we are in process of healing by thinking deep. So it's not that we have to make our thinking empty. It's not that, but we have the very, very high quality thinking during meditation, and it will lead you to heal us and heal everyone, including our Mother Earth. So we'll experiment that first. And today, now I have violin. So I hope you enjoy the journey of spiritual awakening. So it was awakening. I hope you enjoyed it. And now, today's event is about healing our earth. So let's go into the meditation of healing our Mother Earth. Let's sit quietly and comfortably. And let's bring our thought into the point where is here, center of our forehead. Get introverted. Bring our thought inward and inward. With the screen of my mind, I visualize tiny point of light shining like a bright star in the sky. And we create this peaceful and safe space in that spot. Connecting to that point of light, I feel safe, protected, and peaceful. When I feel that peacefulness, I spread that vibration through that point of light. Now, with the screen of my mind, I visualize our Mother Earth. The Mother Earth, which has been providing us unconditionally, just like a mother giving everything to the child. Now it is time for us to give back this unconditional love and gratitude to our beautiful Mother Earth. I send my deep love and gratitude to the globe. My love is reaching our Mother Earth, which has been misused and polluted by our selfish motive. And I know this is one of the greatest ways to heal our Mother Earth I thank the element of this Mother Earth. I think of the elements of water, which is so vital for our lives. And again, water provides us so much for our body, for the living creatures, for the trees, for the plants, for the mud. Without water, we can't live. But we tend to forget to thank this fortune to have water around us. Now, imagine your favorite spot which has water, ocean, stream, rain, whatever it is. And we send our love and gratitude to our beautiful water. I think of the element of the mud, which provide us food, without mud, we won't be able to cultivate. Our own food. And again, we take it as a granted. And pollute our own beautiful mud. Now I send my love and gratitude for providing us all this time. Now I think of the elements of the air. Again, it is there around us all the time. But without that, we can't live. Without the oxygen, we won't be able to be here on this earth. And again, we don't really think about that. And pollute our own air of our globe. Now I send my gratitude and deep love and care to our atmosphere the air. Now I think of elements of the trees. Again, it has been providing us the coolness, freshness, and again, oxygen. Without us asking them, they just provide unconditionally. When we think about it, we feel touched that so many elements are supporting our life on this Mother Earth. I thank the elements of the tree sending the light and rays of love and gratitude. I'm in my favorite spot in the wood, and I just be there. Together with all the elements together. Now I thank the elements of the sun. It is always there to provide us the warmth and light so that we can do activities with the light and warmth. And provide us all the necessity vitamins of vitamin D to heal our body. And again, we forget and take it granted that it is always there. Now, I'm under the warmth of the sun. Covered with the rays of beautiful light. And I become one with that element and send my love and gratitude, which I have been forgotten to send. Mother Earth, you have been providing us so much. And now I remember to always send our gratitude and care of Mama, my Mother Earth. Om Shanti.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Deepa.
Thank you so much. I, like many others, was mesmerized by the music and the violin.
Oh, great.
See why you have achieved as much as you have and are still rising. Thank you for also sharing your personal spiritual awakening. I think that's always a great thing to learn about someone when we have a facilitator, and joining us from all the way from Hong Kong. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Namaste.
Namaste. If you've just joined us, we have been to Malaysia. We have been to Hong Kong with the violin, with yoga, and we are now going to another place around the world. We are global. Tune in, stay tapped in as well. We've got so much for you. I am now have the pleasure of introducing Prashant Parekh, who is joining us from the US of A. And he has been teaching and learning as part of the Advaita Vedanta, which is the Hindu philosophy school of spiritual realization. So it is a pleasure and a privilege to welcome him now from the USA. Prasanti, namaste.
Hari Om, Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha. Namaste everyone, and thank you Deepa ji for the warm introduction, and to Neil ji and Dhruv ji for the invitation. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah, Sarve Santu Niramayah, Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, Ma Kaschid Dukha Bhag Bhavet, Swasti Prajabhyah Paripalyantam, Nyayena Margena Mahim Mahishah, Go Brahmanebhyah Shubhamastu Nityam, Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu, Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu, Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So Namaste, my name is Prashant. As Deepa ji already mentioned, I am a student of Advaita Vedanta under Brahmalin Pujya Swami Dayananda Saraswati ji. And it is truly an honor to address this crowd. Those were wonderful presentations by Sandhya ji and Ayo ji. So I'm very pleased to be part of this assembly. Today I would like to offer two primary topics of discussion. The first being what exactly is yoga? And the second part would be how we can use it to heal ourselves. So oftentimes when we think about the word yoga, what comes to mind? Perhaps someone sitting in meditation with their legs crossed, a yoga studio setting, people stretching their limbs, yoga mats, maybe different breathing techniques. So over the years, yoga has come to mean a lot of things to a lot of people. And today I'd like to discuss the legitimacy of some of these regarding what actually constitutes yoga per the tradition of Sanatana Dharma. So in order to define something, it is equally important to define what it is not. So if you were to take the example of a flower bed, and you have a bunch of flowers sitting outside in this flower bed of all different shapes and sizes and colors. And if you have to isolate one particular flower, then in order to do that, perhaps the flower that you're looking to isolate is a blue flower. And so you use the adjective blue to distinguish it from the reds and the yellows and the orange flowers and the different colors of flowers. And then even within the blue flower, you might have certain varieties of different shapes. And so then maybe to narrow the choice down further, you may say, I'm looking at that particular blue flower without the thorns. And so there might be blue flowers with thorns and there might be some without thorns. And so now you isolated exactly what you were looking for. And so in order to define anything, you need to know what it is, and you also need to know what it isn't. And so with that context, I just wanted to get into some details of what the roots of yoga are. And so in Sanatana Dharma, the four texts that we have which form the base material for all of our teachings are the Vedas. And the Vedas being four in number are the Rig Veda, the Yajur Veda, the Sama Veda, and the Atharva Veda. Each of these Vedas themselves are divided into 4 separate portions, just based on the topics that are of concern. And so you have the Samhitas, which are more concerned with hymns, prayers to the different devatas. You have the Brahmanas, which are more focused upon the different rituals, especially the fire rituals that we have. And then you have something you refer to as the Aranyakas. These are focused more on certain types of upasanas. There's not a very good way to translate upasanas, as most translations are always a miss. But you can think of it as different forms of meditations, different techniques of pranayama and things like that. And then the final part of the Vedas is what you would refer to as the Upanishads. So the Upanishads reveal the nature of the self. So the first 3 parts of the Vedas, they engage the aspirant and the individual in different actions. Whereas the final portion of the Vedas, it reveals the nature of the self for what it is. The first 3 parts of the Vedas treat you as the doer. And the final part of the Vedas says there is no such thing as doing at all. You are the free, actionless self. And so the whole teaching of Veda is roughly divided between the Aranyaka portion of the Vedas as well as the Upanishadic portion of the Vedas. So as the Vedic tradition evolved, and I suppose evolution is not the right word, but as it grew and as it passed down through the parampara, you had many great Maharishis come down in this lineage. And one of them was Patanjali Maharishi. So Patanjali Maharishi took the teachings of the Vedas and further encoded it into the system of Ashtanga Yoga. So Ashtanga Yoga comprises of Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Dhyana, and Samadhi. So in an earlier session, Dhruvji has already spoken at length about Yama and Niyama. So I won't really go into too many details, but essentially speaking, Yama are the things that you are supposed to avoid doing in your life. These are the things that are to be restricted in terms of pursuing as far as activities go. And niyamas are things that you're supposed to do. So it's almost like a do's and don'ts in a sense. And what the yamas and niyamas accomplish is it creates a set of disciplines in your life. It formulates a structure, a system through which you can live by. And this enables you to cultivate the disciplines that are required for the fruit of yoga to really be yours. So the yama and the niyamas are very disciplinary in nature. Then you have the asanas. So the purpose of the asanas is to really mold your body, to bring about flexibility, to bring about a suppleness, to make you nimble, to allow you to sit for extended periods of times in a particular asana. So such as if you have Padmasana, if you are able to sit in an asana for 48 minutes without much difficulty, without any movements, without any twitches, and without any adjustments, that is what you call an asana siddhi. And so the whole purpose of the yogasanas is to prep you so that you can sit and you can focus, and you won't have those bodily pains and aches for elongated periods, so that you may pursue the forthcoming rungs of the Ashtanga Yoga, such as pranayama and so on. So once the body has been conditioned through the asanas, we move over to the pranayama. And what pranayama accomplishes is it conditions you at the physiological level. So while the asanas condition you at the physical level, at the anatomical level, the pranayama conditions you at the physiological level. So the breath, the breathing, the digestive system, the respiratory system, the circulatory system, all of these are interconnected. And so this is what the pranayama aims to help condition further. Now, when we talk about the mind and you talk about the body, the connecting link between the mind and the body is the breath. And this can be easily understood if you take an example from our lives. If you are angry, suppose your breathing gets shallower and you breathe very quickly, and then the first advice that a friend or a well-wisher would give is breathe slowly, breathe deeply. And so as you start increasing the number of breaths and you make them longer and deeper, you find that the mind has also become calmer. The anger has subsided. And so the breath has a direct control over the mind. At the same time, when the anger does take place, the breathing also increases concurrently in proportion to the emotion that you're experiencing. Therefore, the mind has an effect on the breath, and the breath has an effect on the mind. And in the Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna also describes pranayama like a cage, and the mind as a bird. And the cage is the one that keeps the bird in check. It keeps it in its place where it's supposed to be. And so pranayama is extremely helpful for these things. Then, of course, we move over to the subtle rungs of yoga, Ashtanga yoga, which is dharana. So dharana is to be able to hold a particular vritti, which is a thought form, in place. And dhyana is to hold that vritti, but to look at it from all possible dimensions, to go deeper and deeper. It's almost like you're taking a deep dive in a pool of water. And that is what constitutes dhyana. And as dhyana becomes more, as you become more attuned to dhyana, and as it becomes more uninterrupted, the Shastras define it as like a flow of oil from a vessel. So if water flows out of a vessel, you might see breaks and droplets breaking off from the stream. But oil or honey or ghee, they will have a continuous flow. It will be very smooth and uninterrupted. So when dhyana becomes smooth and uninterrupted, it culminates into what you refer to as samadhi. And then samadhi itself has two portions. You have nirvikalpa samadhi and you have savikalpa samadhi. But I don't think we have time to really get very deep into these. So these are the roots of Ashtanga yoga, and this is a system that's developed further by Patanjali, which has stemmed from the Vedic tradition. And so a common argument given oftentimes in the modern practice of yoga is that yoga can mean anything that one wants it to be. And by simple logic, a definition that includes everything defines nothing. And we need to look no further than our Shastras to arrive at the correct meaning of what yoga is. So yoga stems from the root yuj, which refers to a union. And the union over here is to be united with Ishvara or Bhagavan. For our Western audience, it's very roughly defined as God, but I won't say it's an exact translation. So there are 4 definitions of yoga that we can arrive at through our scriptures. Patanjali Yoga Sutras define yoga as yogas chitta vritti nirodha, which is a cessation of the flow of thoughts. So it's again going back to the theme of being able to put the mind in control and to make it available to you for use when you want it. So it's not a destruction of the mind so much as a taming of the mind such that it is available to you as an instrument. The other definition is samatvam yoga uchyate. This is from the Bhagavad Gita. Samatvam is an equanimity. It is an equipoise. It is a sense of equilibrium. It is a sense of peace and serenity where you are undisturbed by the events of the world. And we of course have these metaphors in Vedanta of the lotus leaf. So the lotus leaf floats in water. It spends its entire life in water. It emerges from the mud. It's called pankaja. Pank means mud and aj means born. So the lotus emerges from the mud, and yet it remains undeterred and it remains undisturbed. And the droplets of water simply roll off without actually wetting it. So the same way one is supposed to exist in samsara without being wet by the ocean of samsara, so to speak. The other analogy, of course, we have is of the hamsa, which is the swan. And just as the feathers of the swan roll off the droplets without actually wetting them, without actually weighing them down, same way we are supposed to exist in samsara in the same way. So this is what we refer to as samatam yoga uchyate. And then the third definition, also from the Bhagavad Gita, is called yoga karmasu kaushalam. So the dedication of our actions to Ishvara is what you refer to as karma yoga. And kaushalam here refers to the actions which are skilled actions, and skilled in the sense of not being particularly skilled in the action, but which are aligned to dharma. So those actions which are aligned to the natural order, which are aligned to dharma, which are aligned with Ishvara's order, are what you would refer to as being skillful in actions. And the dedication of these actions to Ishvara is also referred to as yoga. And then the fourth definition, also from the Bhagavad Gita, is called dukkha samyoga viyoga iti yogaha. So the dissociation from the association of sorrow is yoga. And so at any given point in time in our lives, we are bogged down by worries, by concerns. And to be able to dissociate from these things is also a process of yoga. So there are also several yoga Upanishads, the Chandogya Upanishad being one of them, which adds further illustration. Therefore, I submit that rather than redefining yoga, we need to rediscover yoga for what it is. And now with the modern practice of yoga, unfortunately, we only focus upon the asanas. So there's no yama, there's no niyama disciplines. So the whole discipline aspect is pretty much chucked out. And then the asanas, which are supposed to be accompanied by the mantras, are also independently offered without the mantras. You know, Surya Namaskar has its own set of mantras and so on. And then the whole purpose of yoga, which is the union with Ishvara, in the modern practice of yoga, Ishvara is also delinked from the process. And so when Ishvara is the very end goal of yoga, and you remove Ishvara from the equation, the goal is not reached. That is very evident. And then the lifestyle that accompanies the pursuit of yoga is also not given too much emphasis. So there is a lifestyle, a sattvic lifestyle. You have a whole something called dinacharya, which is a set of activities as you're supposed to do based on Ayurveda. There's a certain kind of food you're supposed to eat to facilitate yoga, which is called sattvic bhojana. And then there are certain attitudes to be cultivated. So all of these are not given too much attention. And so one of my teachers made a very pertinent and powerful remark that if you treat yoga as an exercise, sure, it will lead to some fitness. It will give you strength. It will give you nimbleness. It will give you flexibility. It will give you those things. But to treat and to reduce yoga simply as exercise is the equivalent of using a thick and heavy samurai sword to cut a slab of butter. So if fitness is the goal, if flexibility is the goal, one can practice many things, but yoga has a lot more to offer above and beyond these things as well. And so, there are a few things in yoga, such as the corporate franchise model, the secularized version of yoga, which is spoken of in the same breath as Pilates, Zumba, and so on. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. And then we also have different fringe groups of yoga here in the US. You have hot yoga, you have dog yoga, which is practicing yoga with a dog. You have karaoke yoga, you have something called sex yoga, and I kid you not, there's also something called tantrum yoga, where people get together in a yoga studio, they just scream out and they kind of consider that yoga. So, this is the state of yoga, and we definitely need to reclaim it rather than redefining it. So how do we use yoga for the process of healing? So given that the goal of yoga is to connect to Ishvara, Ishvara is the order. And when I mean the order, the whole Jagat, which is the universe, the manifestation, the cosmos, is divided out into multiple orders. You have the physical order, which governs the motion of the elements, of matter, of space, of time, of things which pervade the cosmos. You have the chemical order, which governs the way particles interact and they form new substances. You have the biological order, which determines the growth and the burgeoning of living beings. And then you have the psychological order, which governs the way we think, the way we feel, the way we emote. And all of these orders are a manifestation of what you call as Ishvara. So Ishvara, in the form of this whole Jagat, is a manifestation in the form of this order. And the order that pervades this cosmos is Ishvara. And so the more one is in tune with the order, one is at peace. Being attuned to Ishvara leads to peace, it leads to serenity. And Ishvara over here, the way to relate to Ishvara is you offer your anxieties to Ishvara. If you've had a bad day, you forge a relationship. You think about it in terms of karma, that whatever I'm experiencing, anything that I suffer, any pain, any trauma, any childhood experience, perhaps it's a mother issue or a father issue. You have these kinds of issues which manifest as trauma later on in life. So when you think of the order and the way it is governed by the cosmic laws, and that nothing comes to you because you are not a victim. Everything is a manifestation of your own actions, and all you're experiencing is a result of those actions. Then you're attuned to this karmic order, and then you are at peace because you're objective. You don't see yourself as a victim any longer. And we all have an inner child that has not grown up, that has not matured, that has wishes, that has desires, that has unfulfilled dreams. And all of these things are also part of the order that you would refer to as Ishvara. And so the more one is aligned with Ishvara, the more you practice yoga in order to reach that goal of Ishvara, you become attuned to the rest of the world. You develop equanimity, you develop peace, poise, serenity. And this inches you closer and closer to the goal of yoga, which is Samadhi. So there is a lot more to say on this topic, but I will close off with a Shanti mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnaat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Harihi Om.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prashantji. That was enlightening. Again, I'm learning something from every single speaker. As a primary school teacher, we use analogies a lot. So I love the examples. I'm quite a visual learner as well. And I'm sure for many people tuning in, having the visual picture to link and connect with what you're saying on a deeper level meant so much. So thank you. I love the very first analogy. And again, all of it, connection to source, divine. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, my time at the moment is going to be going off and seeing if I can practice some of these yoga moves and tap in and follow some of the guests that we've had so far. I have the honor and pleasure of introducing my co-host, Dr. Lalit Sodha. He's a chiropractor who graduated in a school in Toronto as well, and he's here in the UK joining us as well, ready to take over, and I will see you later. Stay tuned in, tapped on. We're global. Make sure you hashtag us and follow us live. Thank you. Dr. Lalit Sodha, are you there? Namaste.
I certainly am here. Namaste, Deepa. Thank you very much. This has been an amazing team of speakers, from somebody defining yoga in a different way to amazing music from Hong Kong and water practice session from Malaysia. Wow. Without further ado, I'm going to wish you, all the viewers, a global namaste to all the happy and the soulful people out there. I have this amazing opportunity to introduce our next guest, and that is Dr. Sunil Gupta, a gentleman who is very acclaimed with his achievements. So bear with me while I read his achievements, because I don't want to miss out a single thing this gentleman has achieved in his life. He is a consultant, a hematologist, oncologist in the county of Lewisham and Greenwich NHS Trust in South London. He trained at some of the acclaimed colleges, from namely the King's College in London. He was at the Royal North Shore Hospital in Sydney, Australia, and the National University Hospital in Singapore, the All India Institute of Medical Sciences based in New Delhi in India. God, this guy's internationally studied. Dr. Gupta is currently leading the clinical research division in hematology in his trust and in his area. Sunil is a trained and a certified yoga teacher, a Patanjali yoga teacher from the Patanjali Yoga Peeth. He also founded a yoga center called Healthy Living Yoga Ashram in the year of 2017 and runs weekly yoga classes in the Bromley area of London, in South London. Dr. Gupta also stood for a councillor and he's a member in the party in Orpington branch. He's also associated with the Jan Swasthya Sahyog, JSS as they abbreviate it, a low-cost health service running in Bilaspur in Chhattisgarh. He regularly helps the organization academically and financially. Sunil was invited actually to deliver a lecture in the Parliament on the topic of a scarcity of stem cell donors amongst the BAME group in 2018. What an acclaimed gentleman. So without further delay, may I welcome Dr. Sunil Gupta. A namaste to you, Mr. Gupta, Dr. Gupta.
Thank you very much, and namaste everybody. Dr. Lodha, it's very kind of you to give such a elaborate and a detailed introduction, and it's my pleasure to be here amongst the dignitaries, amongst the people who have been around the world, and they are actually doing good work for the community. So let me start the presentation of pranayama or breathing exercises during the COVID period. Let me start with the Gayatri Mantra, because last week we had Gayatri Mantra Parivar, last Sunday. So let's start everybody with at least one cycle of Gayatri Mantra. We are all going to sit in Gyan Mudra, which is index finger opposite the thumb and the 3 fingers straight. Om Bhurbhuvah Swaha Tatsavitur Vareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. So as Dr. Lodha has given an introduction that I'm a hemo-oncologist. So basically I treat blood disorders, blood cancers in the South London area. I'm not a respiratory consultant, but because I have been practicing pranayama and also teaching pranayama for so many years, I have realized that breathing exercises, making your respiratory system stronger, is one of the ways of staying away from COVID infection. So let's talk about the COVID infection, how to, first of all, stop getting the infection. That means increasing our immunity. And secondly, if suppose, unfortunately, we have contracted that infection, what are the ways of getting better quicker from this dreaded and deadly infection? So let's talk about the immunity. Of course, immunity is going to be increased by regular exercises, not only yoga, but other exercises, regular walking, cycling, or whatever you can do even at home in the lockdown period. We can increase our immunity by regular exercise. The other way of increasing our immunity is to make sure that we are also keeping our vitamin C level adequate. So as you would have all heard about that this virus, the coronavirus, stays in the upper respiratory tract and also the throat area for the first 7 days before actually start to go into and cause infection into the lungs. We have got an opportunity to get rid of this infection or to scratch the virus off the over the upper respiratory tract, even these initial 7 days. So one of the ways of doing it is actually drinking warm or hot water first thing in the morning and last thing in the night, just before the bedtime. You can of course drink the hot water during the course of the day. You should also put half or full lime or lemon, and also I would suggest that we can also put some apple cider vinegar to increase the vitamin C levels in this drink. You can also put half a teaspoon of turmeric powder, which everybody knows is available in any Indian household and also has got antiviral, antibacterial activities. So please make sure that you do drink hot fluids during the course of the day, and definitely first thing in the morning and last thing during the day. The other thing, of course, is increasing the immunity by pranayama, by increasing the oxygen level in our body. And very importantly, that we need to make sure that our respiratory muscles are stronger. Our vital capacity, the amount of oxygen we can actually take in one full breath, that is the vital capacity. So everybody should actually strengthen their respiratory tract and respiratory muscles. We have got 3 main respiratory muscles: the chest, the intercostal muscles, which are the primary respiratory muscles. Second is our diaphragm, and the third are the neck muscles, which are also called accessory respiratory muscles. So how to increase the strength of the respiratory muscles? We will talk about that. Also, we should be aware that there is a gas called nitric oxide, and most of the people do not realize that this gas is actually produced into the paranasal sinuses, in these holes around our around the face or around the nose. And this nitric oxide has been found to be having very strong antiviral activity. During few of the pranayama exercises, we can increase the level of nitric oxide produced into the upper respiratory tract. And when we inhale this nitric oxide into the lungs, it can create antiviral activity and destroy the virus. Now, how do we know that we have got that our breathing capacity is not good, or our chest muscles or the inspiratory muscles are not good? One of the ways is actually checking how long you can actually hold your breath after a normal inspiration and expiration. Ideally, you should be able to hold your breath between 25 to 40 seconds. So everybody can check, take a normal breath, and then breathe out and hold the breath for 25 to 40 seconds. If you are having difficulty in holding your breath, then that means your respiratory functions and the respiratory system is not as strong as it should be. Well, there are many reasons why it could be the cause. You may have a COPD in the background, you might have been a chronic smoker, you might have been asthmatic, you might have had bronchiectasis and many other lung conditions. But if you do not have any of these, then there could be a cause of worry that if the infection is developing or not. So please check your how long you can actually hold the breath after a normal inspiration and expiration. Let's do one small technique of checking whether we are actually using the diaphragm, the abdominal breathing or abdominal muscles of inspiration or not. In the normal breath, in the tidal breath, which is normal inspiration and normal expiration, we're just using the intercostal muscles, which is during the course of the day. You're sitting in the chair, working on the computer, or doing anything. You are just doing tidal breathing. You're not doing the full vital capacity breathing. So every now and then during the course of the day, put your fingers around your lower ribs, lower last ribs, just below your intercostal muscles, and then take a normal breath, and then expand further and make sure that your lower ribs are expanding out. That means that you are able to enforce your breathing by using the diaphragm. The diaphragm has to be stronger to make sure that your inspiration and your respiratory system is good. So always make sure that your hands are expanding out, your lower ribs are expanding out, and when you breathe out, they are drawing in, and you are able to eradicate or eject out every molecule of the air from your system. Because there is a lot of dead space in our inspiratory or the respiratory area, which we need to actually get rid of. We should not have any dead space. So every time you do breath, you take a deep breath, you should be slow. It should not be very rapid. No, it should be slow, long, and deep. Over 4 seconds, and hold the breath for 2 seconds, and then breathe out over 6 to 8 seconds very gradually. Make sure that your breathing is long, slow, and deep, making sure that your chest muscles, abdominal muscles, and then accessory neck muscles have come into force while taking the breath. So you have to increase the vital capacity in our chest. And I will go on to the second part of the presentation. We'll talk about the various pranayams by which we can increase the vital capacity. Now, other thing I talked about is the nitric oxide. How do we actually increase the level of nitric oxide produced in the paranasal sinuses? By doing the kumbhaka. The kumbhaka, which Sandhya very nicely alluded to, is holding the breath, the external kumbhaka. There are two kumbhakas, internal kumbhaka. That means you hold your breath when you have taken a long deep breath for up to 30 to 40 seconds, and external kumbhaka when you actually hold your breath after breathing out. So when you breathe out, you can actually do two ways of holding the breath. Either you voluntarily hold your breath and don't take the breath in, or you can actually pinch your nose by just pinching your nose and then holding the breath up to 25 to 40 seconds. When you do that, nitric oxide level builds up in the paranasal sinuses, and that comes into the nasal cavity. When you can't hold the breath any longer, take a long deep breath and inhale the whole of this nitric oxide into your lungs, and that will actually destroy the bacteria, because nitric oxide has got a very strong effect on this virus. There are several studies going on the nitric oxide inhalation during the COVID. It also increases the surfactant level, and the surfactant is a chemical which is there in the outer covering of the lungs, which actually makes the covering of the lung do not rub against each other too aggressively or too vigorously, and that allows the lung to expand. If there is no surfactant, the lung will not be allowed to expand. And what will happen? There will be what you call atelectasis. And you might have heard in the news that a lot of patients who are having who are going on to the ventilation or the ventilator, they are having atelectasis in the lung. And what atelectasis is a small part of the lung which is not expanding properly, right? So when you do these pranayama, deep breathing exercises, you're also making sure that no nook and corner of your lungs is going into atelectasis. Every alveoli, every alveolar sac is really expanding and able to do a proper gas exchange. CO2 is being taken off the blood into the lungs, out, and oxygen is actually going through the nasal cavity into the alveolar sac and then into the blood. So these are the ways of actually making sure that you are going to increase the vital capacity, so your lungs are clearing all the time the bacteria, and also making sure there is no atelectasis. Now, we will talk about the pranayama. Let's talk about a few pranayama which are very important during the COVID period, and everybody knows about a master pranayama, which is Bhastrika. Bhastrika, as I think Sandhya ji had already alluded to, is the burst of breathing. But when you do Bhastrika, do not rush through the breathing. Make sure that you do a deep, long, and slow breathing. And it should be full throttle, right? So Bhastrika is just calming breathing, making sure you breathe over 4 seconds, hold the breath for 2 seconds, let that gas exchange happen, and then breathe out over 6 to 8 seconds. So I can just demonstrate one cycle of Bhastrika that we have to do other pranayama also. So to make sure that you're doing Bhastrika properly, you can actually put both your arms around your costal areas, so under the diaphragm or under the rib cage, and take a long deep breath over the 4 seconds. And then carry on doing it depending on how much time you have at hand. But please do this exercise, this pranayama, not only during the COVID time, otherwise also. The next pranayama, which is very important in increasing your vital capacity and also creating more levels of nitric oxide, is Anulom Vilom. Now, Anulom Vilom can also, we can slightly modify the usual Anulom Vilom by creating some resistance through the nose. How do we do that? We all know that Anulom Vilom we do with the thumb. We close one nostril, the right nostril, and with the ring finger we close our other nostril or the left nostril. And the two fingers we keep in the middle of the forehead to increase the meditation power. Now, what you can do when you actually take a breath in, you can, while breathing in, you create some resistance by actually closing the nostril slightly above, just below your nasal bridge. This is the nasal bridge, the slight protuberance, just below that. Keep the thumb like this, and when you breathe in, create some resistance while the other nostril is closed. And when you breathe out, do the same thing, but with the other nostril, you can close the just lower, just this part, which is just below the nasal bridge. When you breathe out through a resistance. This is another way of strengthening your inspiratory muscles while doing the Anulom-Vilom. The other one is Ujjayi. In Ujjayi breath, we breathe through the closed glottis to the constricted vocal cords. That is a fantastic way of strengthening your intercostal muscles. And those who are not aware how Ujjayi is done, it's a hiccup, long hiccup breathing. So everybody has taken hiccup in their lives. Like that. All you have to do is to take a long hiccup breathing. So I'll demonstrate one cycle. And after the hiccup breathing, when you have taken a long inspiration, hold your breath for up to 5 seconds. Massage your thyroid gland by rotating your neck sideways, and then breathe out very slowly from the left nose. So please follow how the Ujjayi breath is done. Take a long deep breath, breathe out, and start. Ujjayi is a very important pranayama during the COVID period. Please make sure that your inspiratory muscles are stronger. I will just demonstrate two more pranayama quickly. I know that time is slipping away. Is Trilok or Tribandha or Bhaya pranayam, and the other one is Bhramari. Both of them are important in creating more level or increased level of nitric oxide. In the Trilok, what we do, we lock the three bandhas, the Muladhara bandha, which is near the root chakra between the anal verge and the genitals. Second bandha is your Udyan bandha, which is around the solar plexus or the Manipura chakra. And the third one is your Jalandhara bandha, which is there in the Vishuddhi chakra or the throat. So in this one, you take a long deep breath, breathe out slowly, and as you breathe out, hold your breath. And tighten these three bandhas, the Muladhara bandha, the Udyan bandha, and Jalandhara bandha. And stay in a stiff position. And as you breathe out, as you breathe in or come off the posture, you can then open the bandhas in the reverse order. Very good pranayama during the COVID time and otherwise also. So let's do it just one cycle with me. And then you can open the three bandhas in reverse direction, reverse order. The Udyan bandha, the Jalandhara bandha opens first, followed by Udyan bandha, and then the Muladhara bandha. Now come to Bhramari. Bhramari has been seen, humming has been seen a very good pranayama to increase the nitric oxide levels. And Bhramari, everybody is quite familiar with Bhramari, that we, with the thumbs, we shut our ears, and with the four fingers, we close our frontal sinuses, and then the ethmoidal sinuses and the sphenoidal sinuses by the different fingers. So the index finger is on the top of the brow, the middle finger is closing the tiny hole in the middle of the eyes, and then the ring finger is encircling the nostrils but not shutting the nostrils, and then the little finger is just above the lips. You're going to take a long, gradual, slow breathing, and as you breathe out with humming sound. It has been seen in studies that nitric oxide level goes up when you hum. So every now and then you should create Om sound or humming sound. So let's do one cycle of Bhramri. So these are the ways I have demonstrated by which we can strengthen our respiratory system, expand the alveoli, have the better gas exchange, and also create some nitric oxide in the nasal cavity, which has got a huge importance in controlling the viral infection. Few of the tips I'd like to also share. If you go in a meeting where of course, the social distancing is being maintained, but we still have to have a meeting where we are not able to use the portals like Zoom or Skype, etc. Then you must open the windows. Even in the house, the windows should be open, because it has been seen that the droplet infection or the droplets, by speaking or sneezing or coughing, they stay in the atmosphere for a long time. So always, please, whenever we go to a closed space, open the window. One other technique which I've been using for some time, that when you are working, because as a hospital doctor, we have to go to work, we could not actually work from home. If you're in a corridor and someone is actually coming from the opposite side, they're going to pass by you. When they pass by you, stop breathing. Do not inhale around the time when they are passing by. Let them pass by. Take around 5-10 seconds for someone to pass by you, and then you can take the breath. So in the corridor, when someone is passing by, don't take the breath. Always, always, always use nasal breathing. Do not use your mouth for breathing in. I think that sums up, and my time is over. In fact, I have taken a lot of time, but I hope it was all useful. I would like to do a prayer for everybody's well-being. Sarve santu sukhina. Om sarve santu sukhina. Om sarve santu niramaya. Om sarve bhadrani paschyantu. Ma kaschit dukh bhag bhave. Om shanti shanti shanti. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Namaste, Dr. Gupta. That was an amazing talk. Thank you for sharing the details of the pranayama during the COVID time. My God, I'm going to be holding my breath for definitely more than 40 seconds and not breathe when somebody I cross paths in the hallway. Very good tips. I'm going to take them on board. Thank you very much. Before we move on to the next speaker, what I would like to share with the global audience today, because we have audiences from the USA, from the United Kingdom, from Kenya, especially from Nakuru. There's a lady watching us on her yoga and breathing today. And we want to say that we have an amazing lineup of speakers that we have coming up. So stay tuned in, stay tracked. There's immense amount of information coming through. Now, one thing I'll say, due to a Zoom issue that has been occurring all day today, if your video or your sound freezes up, then do not panic. Just refresh and come back. Yeah, so that's all you got to do. There has been some issues with the Zoom app itself. So guys, just be warned with that. So as we said, we were coming from the United States to Malaysia, to Hong Kong, to United Kingdom with Dr. Gupta. And now globally, without any visas or travel, we are actually zooming into United States of America with two amazing people, Andrea and Sarah. Let me tell you about them. They are going to be singing and chanting with us, and they are featuring a live healing recital and performance from their latest album. Deepak Chopra, a renowned personality, talks about them and says, an inspiring odyssey of finding the divine in everyday life. Today, Shanti Shanti are the only Sanskrit all-female rock group in America. Raised in Nevada, USA, Andrea and Sarah discovered that in their childhood, they could spontaneously read and recite Sanskrit, the world's oldest language, without any prior training. With their angelic voices and piercing Sanskrit pronunciation, they combine traditional Sanskrit recitation with popular lyrics, which gives them a sound unlike any other in the world today, with over 9 albums to their name. Now, let's get mesmerized with the singing and chanting of Andrea and Sarah. Global namaste to you two lovely ladies.
Namaste.
Absolutely amazing.
Thank you so much for having us. Thank you. Thank you so much for that beautiful, nice introduction. That was very kind of you. What we'll share with you, we're going to share with you just a couple things because we know you have wonderful speakers to get to. We're going to start with an opening prayer to Ganesh, remover of obstacles, and the grantor of knowledge. So that'll help clear the path so we are all hear this knowledge very clearly. Om Gananam Tvam Ganapatin Havamahe Kavin Kavinam Upamashravastamam Jeshtarajam Jam Aspata Nasrin Vanu Jai Seda Sadanam Sri Wakratunda Maha Kaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Navegnam Kurumai Deva Shuprakaya Shusarvada. For today, we have planned for you an excerpt from the Atharva Veda, and I'm sure all of you guys know this better than everyone else, but the Atharva Veda is where the Ayurveda came from, the study of health and wellness. And this is a beautiful piece called the Ayu Suktam. Ayuhu means life, and Suktam means a set of scriptures and prayers. And this is a beautiful piece that asks for health and well-being, and that we feel good, and that we have a full life, and we have a fulfilling life, and that we do not encounter lots of suffering and misery. So this is a perfect piece to chant while we learn about Ayurvedic and healthy ways to protect ourselves during the COVID virus. We love this piece. This is one of our favorites. Yo Brahma Brahmana Ujjahara Pranay Shira Kritivasa Apinaki Ishano Devasana Ayurna Dhatu Tasmai Juhomi Havishagritena Vibrajamana Sarirasya Madhyadroshamano Dharmaruchirya Agal Samrityu Pashana Panudya Gorani Hayusheno Kritamatu Deva Brahma Jyotir Brahma Padnishu Garbham Yamadadat Pururupam Jayantam Suvarnaram Pagraha Markam Marcham Tamayushe Varadhayam Ogratena Shriyam Lakshmi Vabalamam Vikam Gam Shashtim Chayamindra Sene Ejudahu. Tam Vidyam Brahmayomigam Sarupami Hayushe. Tarpayamo Kritenam Dakshayanya Sarvayonya Sayonya Sahasrasho Vishwarupa Virupaham Sasunavaha Sapataya Sayudhya Ayusheno Kritamidam Jushantam Divyagana Bahurupa Purana Ayushidona Ramatnanju Viran Te Byojuhomi Bahuda Kritena Manaha Prajagam Ririsho Mota Viran Eka Purasta Ya Idam Babhuva Yato Babhuva Bhuvanasya Gopa Yamapyeti Bhuvanagam Sa Amparaye Sano Havir Pitami Hayusha Etu Devaha Vasun Rudrana Dityan Marutota Sadhyan Ridun Yakshan Gandharvagam Sha Pitragam Sha Vishwan Pragun Sarvagam Sha Girasota Sarvan Kritagam Hutwa Swayusha Mahayama Shashwat Vishno Tvam No Antamash Sharmaya Chasantya Pate Dharama Dushtutam Utsam Dudate Akshitam Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So then, as a closing prayer, so that we can have because what you're doing, what you're offering is something for compassion, because you care about the world, because you care about people, you care about how people are doing, and you're trying to give people an alternative way to look at health and well-being, which is so important. So we really value and commend what you're doing and want to support it. Absolutely. And it's an act of love, an act of compassion. So we're going to sing a piece that is from an Oshlokam. It's actually part of the puja from the TM program. It's beautiful. It's Kadarpu, white as camphor, the avatar full of compassion, one who is the essence of the world and has a serpent as his garland, always residing in the lotus of my heart, O Lord, and his consort be his balance. I bow to you both. And then it addresses Guru, Brahma is a guru, Vishnu is a guru, Shiva is a guru. They're the teachers. God is our teacher. And the knowledge, followers. Yes, we are the followers. And the knowledge passed down from the Vedas is from God, is a gift from God. Karunpura Gauram Karunavataram Sansara Saram Pujagendraharam Sadava Santam Hridayara Vinde Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Devo Maheshwara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Thank you so much for having us. Namaste. Namaste. Best of luck to all of you. Thank you so much for all the knowledge you're sharing.
Well, you ladies, you better remain there for a couple minutes. I want to know a little bit more. My goodness, you have blown us over. Wow. I just don't know what to say. I'm lost of words right now. Now, ladies, I have a question for you. Would you be able to recite the Gayatri Mantra for us?
Of course.
Ah, brilliant. Let's hear that.
Okay. We love the Gayatri Mantra. Actually, it's on our new album, Something Beautiful. We did it with sitars and everything because we love Indian music.
Before you sing that, tell us about your album, about where the Gayatri Mantra is. Tell us more about it, and then you can recite the Gayatri Mantra.
Absolutely. So our album is a mixture of inspiring English music that's all spiritual. A lot of the lyrics actually come from saints.
And it's all very uplifting and feel good. We get a lot of responses from people talking about how, if ever they having a bad day, they just pop on our CD and listen to it. They feel a lot better. So
It's
we
called-
love hearing stuff like that.
It's called Something Beautiful. It's available on our website, shantishanti.com. And we love getting to sing for people. And then it has Sanskrit on it. It has Sanskrit that everybody can chant. It has Asatoma, Purnamida, it has the Gayatri mantra, and it has a short Shanti mantra. And some of our other Sanskrit albums have longer Sanskrit pieces, but
From the Vedas.
From the Vedas. That's our specialty, is the Vedas.
Yes, we've been
Wow.
doing that for a very long time.
Well, just by listening to you ladies today, this is just uplifted. I think Healing Our Earth is blessed with your presence here today. So thank you so much. But before you ladies go away, let's hear you sing the Gayatri mantra.
We're gonna chant it Vedic style. So this is not sing-songy. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhyo Yo Na Prachodayata. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhyo Yo Na Prachodayata. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhyo Yo Na Prachodayata. Om.
Wow. Thank you so much for that. That was simply mesmerizing. I'm sure the amount of messages we're getting in the chat box right now with people who really enjoyed listening to the two of you, but still you're not going. Give me a couple more of your minutes, because I want to ask you a couple more questions. Andrea and Sarah, who's who? I'm confused now.
The blonde one's Andrea.
And I'm Sarah.
Okay. Lovely, Andrea. Lovely, Sarah. And you know what? I just want to say thank you on behalf of Healing Our Earth. You're supporting them, and your support is so appreciated. And I think this event has been a great success globally. And your presence and your chanting of the mantras with this Sanskrit pronunciations and everything. God, I don't know Sanskrit either, but you guys are just absolutely fascinating. So thank you once again.
You're embarrassing us. Thank you, though. Thank you so much. Thank you for having us, and I appreciate it. We appreciate it very much.
Absolutely.
We appreciate what you're doing for the world. This is a very important conference.
It's all raising consciousness.
And you're being a huge part of it. So thank you once again from the whole team of Healing Our Earth, and especially from the person Neil Kumar, who's been an amazing, phenomenal person in organizing all this. So thank you from all of us here at Healing Our Earth. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Sarah.
You.
Wow. Now, audience, this was absolutely mesmerizing, wasn't it? Do you agree with me? I tell you, that chanting was going on in my mind, and I was trying to lip sync with them, but I couldn't keep up with the Sanskrit either. Super amazing girls from the United States. Thank you once again to both of them. Moving forward with our show right now, just let me tell you, before we introduce our next speaker, I want to share a couple things that Healing Our Earth is doing right now. They have an amazing show put up together for actually Sunday, the 24th of May, 2020. And it is a global event that says #Kind20. Do not forget to log in. It's a mega awesome event. It's a global event, and we're all going to be participating on it. Then following that weekend on Sunday, the 31st of May, to mark the World Environment Day that week, there is a huge program put up by Healthy Mind, Healthy Planet. Speakers and singers from all over the globe are powered by, coming in and are powered by the Brahma Kumaris and Healing Our Earth team. And you know what, guys? With great public demand, we want these two girls back on that day, don't we? All the way from United States, they should be chanting for us again. So lovely. So without further ado, let me introduce our next speaker. We go back to the United Kingdom. We were in United Kingdom with Dr. Gupta, went to the United States with the two lovely ladies, and now back to United Kingdom with Anandi, who is Alison Francis. An amazing person again. Anandi is called Alison Francis, has been in the wellness field for the last 30 years. She is an Ayurvedic consultant, a senior Akhanda Yoga teacher, trainer, and founder of the Sleep Guru. She's also a certified Chopra meditation teacher and practitioner. She's the creator of Sleepology, a new well-being process and in-depth inquiry into the causes of stress, anxiety, and sleeping issues. She's also the author of Breathe Better, Sleep Better, which explains how to use the breath as a healing tool, not just to sleep, but also for the well-being as a whole. She has appeared in the press and has appeared on all major glossy magazines, including the Cosmopolitan, the Women's Fitness, Psychologies, Daily Mail, In the Moment, Spirit and Destiny, and the London Evening Standard. Anandi, Alison is going to take us through the session of surrendered breath. With further delay, I would like to welcome Alison, Anandi, a global namaste, a huge namaste to you, Alison. Welcome on board.
Namaste. Thank you so much for having on. And those girls were incredible. Absolutely incredible. So basically my session, I wanted to share a technique called the surrender breath and explain to you what it is. So basically, when I was suffering from chronic insomnia myself, I was practicing yoga at the time, this is many moons ago, and I realized that something was missing, and so I decided to just go off to India, and I stayed in an ashram for a few months and discovered the breath. When I left the ashram and I went home and started experimenting with some of the techniques, I realized that in order to get more, you have to do less. So what I mean by that, because in life we have to, or we think we need to control absolutely everything in our life. And if we control it even more, we get even more. But what I learned is when working with the breath, actually you get less. So I'm going to make this a bit of a meditative type of session. But what I wanted to do at the very beginning was I wanted to share a really beautiful poem with you. It's actually, I have actually got it in my book. I've also written some poetry myself, but I wanted to share this one because it's very much about the conversation that the breath would like to have you, or the conversation that the breath is trying to have with you. I'm going to start now, if I may. So by all means, if you want to close your eyes and just listen to it and kind of let it penetrate and just really contemplate as I'm reading it. And I hope you enjoy it. And then we'll go into the actual technique that I'm going to be sharing with you. So here we go. Observe me, says the breath, and learn to live effortlessly in the present moment. Feel me, says the breath, and feel the ebb and flow of life. Allow me, says the breath, and I'll sustain you and nourish you, filling you with energy and cleansing you of tension and fatigue. Move with me, says the breath, and I'll invite your soul to dance. Make sounds with me, and I shall teach your soul to sing. Follow me, says the breath, and I'll lead you out to the farthest reaches of the universe and inward to the deepest parts of your inner world. Notice, says the breath, that I'm as valuable to you coming and going. Every part of my cycle is necessary as another. And that after I'm released, I return again and again. Even after a long pause, moments when nothing seems to happen, eventually I'm there. Each time I come, says the breath, I'm a gift from life. And yet you release me without regret, without suffering, without fear. Notice how you take me in, invites the breath. Is it with joy, with gratitude? Do you take me in fully, invite me into the inner spaces of your home, all carefully just inside the door? What places in you am I not allowed to nourish? And notice, says the breath, how do you release me? Do you hold me prisoner in closed up spaces in the body? Is my release resisted? Do you let me go reluctantly or easily? And are my waves of breath, of life, as gentle as a quiet sea, softly smoothing sandy stretches of yourself? Or anxious, urgent, choppy waves, the crashing of a stormy sea? And can you feel me as the link between your inner and outer worlds? Feel me as life's exchange between the universe and you. The universe breathes me into you. You send me back to the universe. I am the flow of life between every single part and the whole. Your attitude to me, says the breath, is your attitude to life. Welcome me, embrace me fully. Let me nourish you completely and then set me free. Move with me, dance with me, sing with me, sigh with me. Love me, trust me, don't try to control me. I am the breath, life is the musician, you are the flute. And music, creativity depends on all of us. You're not the creator nor the creation. We are all part of the process of creativity. You, life, me, and the breath. So that poem I put in my book because it is just the most incredible insight into the breath, and it's exactly the conversation that the breath is trying to have with you. So when I went away and, excuse me, I was experimenting with the breath, I was just experimenting with simple belly breathing. And because actually what happens, my guru sent me home and he said, Anandi, go home, and he would go and do 20 minutes of belly breathing in the morning and 20 minutes of belly breathing in the evening, building up to 40 and 40, because he knew I was suffering from insomnia at the time. And the experimentation was incredible. What I did is I started timing the actual cycle of the breath. And I set my timer and I timed one breath cycle with the mind guiding the breath. But what I mean by that is actually deciding that now I'm going to take a deep breath. I press start on my timer and I press start as soon as my exhale had finished. So it's the start of a new round of breath. I started timing it and then finished at the end of that round. And it was about 15, 18 seconds. And that was a guided breath with my mind. And then what I decided to do, I decided that I would start the timer and I would wait for the breath to come. So not going grabbing for the breath. So at the end of the exhale, I just waited. I wasn't holding my breath. I was just waiting. It's a bit like when you're in between the inhale and the exhale, you may not realize it, or you may realize it, but there's a very slight pause, the come back, and it's always there, but you might not be conscious of it. So it's not really holding your breath, but it's just that moment when the whole breath changes direction. I often liken it to the ocean. So when the ocean pulls in, there's that moment of the change of direction and everything's kind of changing, and then it rolls back out into the shore. And when it's out into the shore, it changes direction again. There's this energetic change and it's pulled back in. And that's what I was discovering, that moment of just waiting, because the breath will come anyway. The universe is breathing you. You're not really breathing the breath. All that we're doing with our body is actually making space for the breath. And that sometimes is the problem, and that's where yoga is helpful and all of that, but that's another discussion. But that moment when you're waiting for the breath, the universe will push the breath into your body. So going back to my experiment, I pressed go, or pressed start at the end of the exhale, and I waited. And I waited. And eventually the breath started moving from the bottom of my pelvis, and it started coming, and it started coming, and it started coming. And it was just the most incredible experience, where it was like I was almost lifting off the ground, because it was just rising and rising and rising. And that breath, an unguided breath, what I call a surrendered breath, actually lasted about 50 to 55 seconds. So the comparison on me controlling the breath was 15 to 18 seconds, and the surrendered breath was, you know, not shy of a minute. And what I learned from that is that if you allow your body to take the breath when it's ready, you'll get so much more. And then after that, after you've actually experienced this incredible expansion of breath and that moment of the change of direction, that slight pause at the end of the inhale, which again, I waited and I allowed. So I waited for that inhale to come, and then just wait until my body was really ready to just let go of the breath. And that surrender and that let go was incredible. It's like I had such an incredible release. So I basically worked a lot on that concept of just surrendering the breath and waiting for the breath to come. And that is what I would like to share with you. There's just 10 minutes. So I'd love you to either, you can do it lie on your back, or you can do it sitting up. So if you'd like to just get into a very, very comfortable position and close your eyes. Make sure that you're super comfortable, because otherwise you're going to get distracted. So I'd like you to just close your eyes, keep your eyes closed, and just find the breath. Just notice the breath, find the breath. Just become aware of the breath. Watch the breath as it comes in through the nostrils. And watch the breath as it leaves the nostrils. As the breath comes into the body, notice the pause at the end of the inhale, or just watch the pause at the end of the inhale. You're not doing anything with that pause, you're just noticing that there is a pause at the end of the inhale, and there is a pause at the end of the exhale. Just see for a few moments, for a few breaths, if you can become aware of that pause at the end of the inhale and the end of the exhale. Notice, watch, and feel. So as you inhale, just have that visualization in your mind where the ocean is drawing back towards itself on the inhale. And then there's that change of direction. And the ocean allows and releases itself back onto the shore. So as you inhale, just become aware of that change of direction. And then as you exhale, again, notice the change of direction as your body allows the breath to come in and out. Just keep watching that, watching the pause between the inhale and the exhale. Notice the change of direction between the inhale and the exhale. Just see if you can become very aware of the subtle changes, the directional change, the energetic change that happens at the end of the inhale and at the end of the exhale. Just keep watching, noticing, and feeling. Just keep watching, noticing, and feeling. We're going to start giving the body a bit more time at the end of the exhale to change direction, and the body can take the inhale. So what you're going to do at the end of the exhale, you're just going to wait for just a couple of seconds, maybe count to 2-3 seconds. You're not really holding your breath, just imagine that you're waiting for the breath to come. So at the end of the exhale, just waiting a few seconds before the breath enters the body on the inhale. So keep that going on the end of the exhale, watching, waiting a couple of seconds before you allow the body to take the next breath. So you're not holding the breath, you're just waiting for the end of the exhale. What we're going to do now in that pause, we're actually going to lengthen the pause. You're not really holding the breath again. You're just giving your body a bit more time. But this time, during the pause, you're going to completely relax the lower part of your body. So all the internal organs below the belly button, you're going to consciously let those go. So all the internal organs below the belly button, feel like you're completely releasing those down towards the earth during the pause. So at the end of the exhale, you're waiting, maybe 3 seconds. During that time, you completely surrender the lower part of the body to the earth. And then when the breath comes on the in-breath, just allow it to come slowly. So don't go grabbing for the breath. So keep that going at the end of the exhale. You're waiting, maybe 2-3 seconds. During that time, you surrender and completely relax the internal organs anything below the belly button. Just completely surrender and wait just a few seconds. And when the inhale comes, keep it slow without going and grabbing for the breath. Let's do that a few more breaths. So at the end of the exhale, you're completely surrendering and waiting 2-3 seconds. And then when the breath comes into the body, allow it to come into the body slowly. Let's do a few more breaths. And then just open your eyes. So that was a really, really short introduction to the surrendered breath. The idea of actually waiting until the breath is ready to come into the body and not go grabbing for the breath. Because the desire to continue to control the breath, to get more, actually you get less by trying to control it, and allowing for that magical space to come back between the inhale and the exhale. There's one more little passage that I wanted to share with you about the comeback, because I've explored an awful lot during my research for my book, Breathe Better, Sleep Better, about this magical pause. And I wanted to read you this citation from a diver. He was an Italian deep sea free diver. And this is what he said when he dived into the ocean and held his breath and held that come back for a long time. So this is what he says: from the depth of 0 to 100 meters, and even deeper, headlong into the abyss, the heartbeat gets slower, the body disappears, and all the feelings take a new form. The only thing that remains is the soul, a long jump into the soul, which seems to absorb into the universe. Every time I reascend is making a choice. It's me who refines myself in my human dimension, meter by meter, to come up and then to see the light again. In the abyss, I look for myself. This is a mystical experience bordering on the divine. So as I continued my experimentation with this pause, I kept it going, and it just created this incredible magic that obviously we haven't got time to explore now, but just doing that little exercise by, at the end of the exhale, just waiting and allowing for the breath to come and not go grabbing for the breath. So I'd like to invite you to experiment with that. And I'd love to hear any insights that you have as time goes on. So I want to thank you all for your attention, and thank you so much for having me on. And I really hope that we get through this crisis soon. But I know that all the tools that you've been learning about this afternoon, everything that everyone's been sharing from their heart, is going to be a great comfort to many people. So namaste to everyone, and thank you so much for having me on.
Namaste, Alison, Anandi. That was absolutely relaxing. Oh my God, I never thought that we have to look at the breath in such a way. You analyzed how the breath takes us through that journey. And that deep sea diver, oh my God, what an experience he must have had to share that and to actually put pen to paper to say what he experienced. I think we don't think that way, that we should hold and we just go and grab the breath again, and it's just an automatic cycle. But when you actually stop and think about it, what an experience. I'm definitely buying your book, Breathe Better, Sleep Better, because I think I need to do that. Anandi, thank you so much for being with us. A very good namaste to you from all of us at Healing Our Earth. And before we move on to our next speaker, what I would like to do is thank our team, the host team, which is Deepa Vittalani, Prashant Kotecha, Sarita Menon, the media team, Anita Nomula, Kesh Mojaria, and Varsha Mistry. And a very special thank you to the awesome technical team that we have with Malesh Kota, and who I refer to as the IT whiz kid is Nishit Kotak. I think a major thank you goes to all these people who put the show up together today, and without them, this cannot happen. So thank you guys, having supported the Healing Our Earth team in such a nice way. So moving on to our very special speaker next, and a big global namaste to her, and she is none other than Simran Ahuja. And from United Kingdom to the United States, we fly with an OCI to the studio of Simran Ahuja. Let's find out a little bit about Simran. She is going to be talking about feeling soulful. Simran Ahuja she has been titled as Miss India 2013. She had a debut film in Bollywood, Zindagi Tumse. She's an international celebrity anchor, having been associated with many prestigious IFA awards, Filmfare Awards, Oscar Academy, etc. She is the recipient of a very prestigious award. It's called the Dada Saheb Phalke Award for her anchor par excellence. And she does that no better than anybody else. She is the superstar with that. She qualified as a master's in finance and doctorate in nature cure and alternative medicine. She's conducted workshops across the globe in Zurich, in Rome, Singapore, Sri Lanka, India, etc. This is another global woman, a global personality. She's been the cultural ambassador of the folk dance, having won 18 consecutive folk dance titles in India and in America. Simran Ahuja gets some extra credentials today from us at Healing Our Earth. She gets the title of a BBT. Simran, you'd be wondering what BBT stands for, and I'm going to share that with you. It stands for Brains, Beauty, and Talent. My goodness, you're such a talented person, Simran. Such a pleasure to have you on our platform at Healing Our Earth. So over to you, Simran, with a huge namaste to you.
A soulful global namaste to all of you, Lalit. I loved that. And that's very, very kind of you. Absolute, absolute heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you, the entire crew of Healing Our Earth, for giving me to be here live in front of all the beautiful souls from across the world. Today I'm doing a lovely session on feeling soulful. Well, my dear lovely friends, I'm going to teach you Yoni Mudra, which is related to the 5th step in the 8-fold path. The 5th step in the 8-fold path is Pratyahara, which comes, the third step is Asana, the 4th step is Pranayama, and the 5th step is Pratyahara. In Pranayama, we do breathing and we go from outside to within. So today, we'll go within ourselves and feel soulful. But before we get into Yoni Mudra, I have a lovely story to share with all you lovely people. There is a story in the Masnavi of Rumi which says the attitude we should have during difficult times. The king had once a traveler in the court. He also had Ayaz in the court, and the king was extremely fond of Ayaz. The traveler bought one special kind of melon for the king, and he gifted it to the king. The king said, "Since Ayaz is here with us today, let me cut it into slices, have it cut into slices, and offer it first to Ayaz." No sooner did he offer the first slice to Ayaz, he asked him very excitedly, "How does it taste, Ayaz?" Because it was a special kind of melon, which is completely rare. Ayaz said, "It's delicious." So the king thought to himself, since Ayaz likes it so much, and since it's a delicacy, let him have as much as he wants. Ayaz had slice after slice. And then, only when the last slice was left, the king thought to himself, if I don't have this slice, I will never be able to experience or taste this very special fruit. So he asked Ayaz to leave the last slice for him. The moment he took the first bite in his mouth, he spat it out. And he asked Ayaz, "How could you have such a bitter and poisonous fruit?" Ayaz very humbly replied to him, "O king, you've been giving me the best of the best over years together. If once in a while something is not as sweet as ever, it will be extremely ungrateful of me to complain or to even talk about it." So the story tells us that we must always have the attitude of gratitude. Even in difficult times, gratitude will truly take us towards positivity and optimism. So let's get started with Yoni Mudra, which connects to that of a tortoise, where we say that they have great caliber of contemplation. Even a turtle has really great impact and great trait of contemplation, where the moment they close their eyes, they find the beauty within. So our lovely souls, I know we are all staying safe at home. How about a journey within? How about traveling within ourselves? We are all soulful souls going through this human experience. So today we're going to do Yoni Mudra. Who can't do Yoni Mudra? Everyone can do Yoni Mudra, except for someone who's going through depression, because he might find himself getting into a shell. So we would request you to first start pranayama and then get into this Yoni Mudra, which has immense benefits. So let's get started. For Yoni Mudra, we're going to sit in any comfortable posture anywhere. You can even stand and do this posture. But if you stand and do the posture, maybe you'll be slightly at discomfort, because you will then be focusing that your legs are shaking. So I would request you to be very comfortable. If you're also taking some cushion or you're sitting on a sofa, but please be comfortable. Most important is the spine is tall and straight. As Mr. Lalit always says, yes, the spine is the most important. So we're going to close all the 5 senses with the tip of the fingers, and then we're going to have the focus on the third eye, and we're going to breathe in and breathe out from the throat just for 2 counts, so that we have the focus within ourselves. Post which we will just breathe in a silent way, and as we breathe out, we're going to have the humming sound. So before you close your eyes, let's get into the posture. With my thumbs, I'm going to close my ears, my eardrums, my index finger, very gentle on my eyelashes. For now, I want you to listen to me, so you can close them once we start Yoni Mudra. So my index fingers on my eyelashes, my middle fingers towards the nostril, my ring finger on my upper lip and my little finger on my lower lip. I'm going to make sure my elbows are straight at shoulder level, and I'm going to close all the 5 senses except the breath, because we need to breathe in and feel very comfortable. So I'm going to have my focus here between the 2 eyebrows on my 3rd eye. Close my eyes gently, close all the 5 senses, and breathe in deep. And as we breathe out, have the humming sound, right? So let's do it 2 times. Before we go further, I will talk to you again. Breathe in deep. Slowly relax. You're all within yourself, traveling within. I'm going to talk something very important. When we do Yoni Mudra, we know about the Ashwini Mudra and the Mula Bandh. So that is, we contract the anus muscle and we hold it there. And in that posture, the complete focus goes within. As we always say, to still the mind, we have to still the body. So we're going to do that. Also, the second thing, if you must have noticed, if you heard my sound, I'm not sure if you heard the humming sound, towards the end, I went into a musical zone. It could be any divine music, any music which you're fond of. If I close my eyes, I'm into Yoni Mudra and I'm following my music and really enjoying that music and having the humming sound as per the tune, then my breath out elongates and I completely get mesmerized and I go within myself. So I want you to think of any music, and this time the breathing in will be silent, and as we breathe out, we're going to have the humming sound of your favorite song. It could be divine song, it could be a film song, it could be any music album, something which really touches your heart. So we're going to do that. At the same time, as I said, it's contract of the anus muscle, keeping that spine tall, your chest is lifted, the chin is parallel to the floor, and let's get into Yoni Mudra once again. Having all the 5 senses closed except the breath, and let's breathe in deep, and we'll do 2 times this breath of Yoni Mudra, having your elbows parallel to the floor. So when we get tired, the elbows slowly come down, but remind yourself that we need to lift those elbows up. Let's breathe in deep in a silent way now. Slowly rubbing those palms together, you feel soulful after the Yoni Mudra. Slowly cup those eyes and feel beautiful. You can have your hands in Jnana Mudra in a very relaxed posture.
Your fingers are bent, and place them on your knees and slowly, gently open your eyes. If you're doing this at night, if you're having sleepless nights due to some reason, you can do this at night, and then without opening the eyes, you can lie down on the bed. Otherwise, we can do Yoni Mudra in the mornings and in the evenings. We prefer at least 7 to 15 rounds of Yoni Mudra, which will make you go from outer to within, which is the 5th step of the 8-fold path Pratyahara. So I'm truly, truly happy to feel that soulfulness with all of us who are here. And I'm also going to take this opportunity of telling you all something about the divine love. When we do Yoni Mudra, if we think of any divine music, it's going to be absolute miracle. So it all says it starts with love. Guru Gobind Singh Ji says, Jin prem kiyo, tinhi prabhu payo. Saint Mirdad says, it is the law of life. You live that you may learn to love. You love that you may learn to live. No other lesson is required of man. So it's love and the attitude of gratitude, as we said in the Masnavi of Rumi, that we should have love and gratitude in difficult times to make everything much simpler and to feel beautiful and soulful from within. So I'm going to take this opportunity of thanking Mr. Lalit for the lovely introduction that you gave me. And I'm going to keep the abbreviations with me, BBT. And I'm going to thank all of you for being here with us on Healing on Earth, because I think this is such a beauteous platform where I meet lovely souls from across the world. And we are here giving the message of love and uniting together for peace, harmony, which is truly the essence of human being. A global namaste to all of you, and thanking all of you for being here with us.
Huge namaste to you, Simran. Sorry I cut you in. Did you want to finish that?
No, I was thinking last time I went 8 minutes extra, and this time I will surely make, I'll make sure that I won't go overboard. So that's the reason I was like a little bit hurrying up. But yes, if I have time, I would love to do something more. But if you have questions, then we will go ahead with the questions as well.
Wow. I think if you want to use a couple more minutes, by all means you can. Please show us something else and share your talent with us.
Sure. That's absolutely a blessing altogether. We all know the benefits of pranayam. Pranayam is the 4th step in the 8-fold path. So when we start the yogic practices, we start with the Kapalbhati, and then we usually go in for a few stretches before we get into the posture for asanas. After we're done with the asanas, we get into the pranayam. And right now, we will do a beautiful pranayam, which is my favorite, which is known as Agnisar, which says, bringing the fire in the belly. What we do here is, we always say, we are not just what we eat, but we are what our body can digest, and we are what our immunity system is. To increase the immunity, which truly is the need of the hour, we need to do and really work on our internal organs, create some fire within so that the digestive process becomes faster and your system is cleansed. This has immense benefits once again, but for those going through hypertension or diabetes, I'm going to request you to kindly consult your physician before we get into Agnisar, which is one of my favorites again. So please allow me to sit back so that we can have the clarity and the complete posture. You can sit in any comfortable posture. You can sit in Sukhasana, Vajrasana, Padmasana. We can also do this standing. So in case we want to do it standing, in case you're not comfortable sitting with your folded legs, this is the posture we stand in. And we do the Agnisar. So before I ask you all to join me, I'm going to once preview it to all of you, how to do Agnisar. For Agnisar, I'm going to take a deep breath in and breathe out completely. I'm going to do this 2 times. Breathe in and breathe out completely. After I've had the complete breath out, I'm going to have the movement where the navel gets into the spine. Squeeze and release, squeeze and release. This is my navel and this is my spine. So my navel is going to go towards the back and forward. Navel, in and out without breathing in. I'm not breathing in, neither breathing out. How do you check whether you're doing it the right way? You can tell someone to keep their fingers below the nose if there is any breath coming in and coming out. There is absolutely no breath. It's just you're not even breathing in, not even breathing out, but you're holding that breath out and giving the movement, creating fire in the belly. So it's known as Agni Sar. Agni is fire. And this is a lovely technique which really gives you good immunity power and it improves your system. And one thing I would like to tell to all the girls, you know, that in case we're going through the menstrual cycle, a lot of us get a lot of pain. If you do this regularly on a regular basis, you will not have pain at all because your entire system becomes amazingly good with Agni Sar. So I'm going to preview it to you once and then we will all do it together. So to get a good grip, some space in my belly, I'm going to take my palms on my knees and slightly round my back. I'm going to slightly round my back so that I have space to move here. So I'm going to go breathe in and breathe out. All right, I'm going to show it to you once again, facing forward. So I'm going to breathe in and breathe out. And whenever you feel you need to breathe in desperately, first you sit tall and then you breathe in and relax. And then you can have 2 breaths and do it again. So Agni Sar, when you begin with it, you may do 10 counts, 15 counts, but you can slowly graduate and go on to 50 Agni Sar. So you go in and out, this is 1, this is 2, this is the 3rd pump, 4th pump, 5th pump. So you can do 50 to 100 counts easily. And what is more effective, once we are used to doing the Agni Sar, then we can drink 2 glasses of warm water. This is just to improve the system and to know that how good we're feeling. You can have 1 glass or 2 glasses of warm water in the morning on empty stomach and then do Agni Sar. So what we're doing is, you know, we're sipping in some warm water and we're really pumping those muscles there, you know, cleansing the internal organs, making them very active and creating a lot of fire there for good digestive process. So let's do it once again along with me, everyone. So I'm going to tell you to create that slight rounding of the back. It's slight rounding of the back. So this is a straight back. This is with my back toward, and this is I'm rounding my back. And I'm going to breathe in and breathe out. So first we will try and hold the navel towards the lower back. And that is how we do it. So please make sure that you count because every time you do, you will get to know how healthy you're feeling today. The day you are stressful and you're not feeling good, it will talk to you. You know, your body tells you about what you're feeling, how you're feeling, it will talk to you. So let's do it together one last time. All right. So I want you to get a good grip. Place your palms on the knees. And in case you're sitting in Vajrasana, you can have your knees apart. So let me show it to you in the posture of Vajrasana. For those who would want to sit in Vajrasana, you can have your knees apart. You can have your fingers towards inside. This is the posture. And I'm going to go with Agni Sar. Breathe in, breathe out. And since we are sitting in this posture, I'm going to end it with Siha Mudra. Last time we did Siha Mudra, but this is the actual posture of doing Siha Mudra. But I'm going to sit in Vajrasana, have my fingers towards inside, have my tongue out, and like a lioness, I'm going to roar from the throat. Namaste. Thank you so much. My time is up and I don't want to go even a minute extra. And I sincerely apologize for last time. I didn't realize and I went overboard. Lalit, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm so glad I did Agnisar as well.
Absolutely. I think, again, as we say, you've got an immense wealth of knowledge there and you shared that so brilliantly. I think the whole show should be yours next time and you can take us through the full few hours of it. So thank you, Simran. A couple of things that I'm taking on board from here is the attitude of gratitude. Absolutely. The Yoni Mudra, the Agni breath that you took us through, divine love, love and attitude of gratitude, as Rumi says, as you said. And I loved your quote with Guru Gobind Singh, Jine prem kiyo, une prem payo. So nice. So absolutely enlightening today. Simran, thank you so much for coming, and a huge namaste from all of us at Healing Our Earth to you. Once again, I'm sure our paths will cross. We'll meet sometime soon. Thank you once again. So before I end this part of my hosting, what I would like to also inform you all that this particular event today is also being streamed live, as we say, on Enrich TV on the internet. So,
Enrich TV, maximizing human potential.
Absolutely. So guys, don't forget to tune in on Enrich TV. It's on the internet. And before I end my session on hosting, I would love to introduce our next host, Mr. Prash Kotecha. Prashant is an amazing international well-being mindset coach. He's a speaker, he podcast hosts, and social media, a huge social media influencer, if I may say that. He is the founder of the Urban Spirituality and the Mantra Therapy. And Prashant is going to take us through the next section of Healing Our Earth speakers. So Prashant, over to you.
Thank you so much, Lalitji. Namaste to everyone. Lalitji, thank you for your very gracious welcome and introduction. Thank you so much. And I have to say, it's not often that I'm lost for words, but Simranji, your exposition of the Patanjali limbs, the areas that you focused on, brought great joy to my heart. Knowing that actually these limbs are available to everybody, you've made it viable for people in each household and each family member to be able to participate and start to implement that ancient system that Patanjali put, that it is not just for the yogis and for the ones in the forest, but actually this is something that can be done in the comfort of our own home. And that by doing so, we're balancing our chakras, we are purifying our consciousness, and we are allowing that connection, which is the essence of yoga, yukta, to connect with the divine. We're able to do that through the techniques that you showed. So deep gratitude for that as well. So once again, a special acknowledgement to the Healing Our Earth team, everyone in the foreground and in the background. I have a saying that I often say in my workshops: it takes all of us to make one of us. It takes all of us to make one of us. And that is what we're seeing here, the unity that everyone has brought together through their individual skills and talents to bring about this Healing Our Earth movement that everybody is now enjoying, and of course now extended to Enrich TV as well. And each time we go live, we are bringing guests from different backgrounds, and we truly show the ethos of diversity and inclusion in what we're doing. So on that note, talking of diversity and inclusion, I think it is time to introduce our next guest, who is not a stranger to being on Healing Our Earth. She's certainly not a stranger to many, many appreciators of quality, ancient and contemporary Indian music. And as we discovered recently, she also has a great English singing voice. which I was very surprised by and impressed by. The wonderful Renu Girumal, who is a singer, a songwriter, a composer, a guitarist, and a recording artist and producer in her own right. She's been performing since the 80s as an artist who's performed to thousands of people across the globe, all the continents, and she brings a unique style and flair and a sense of bhakti and a sense of class to everything she sings and everything that comes through her lips and everything that her fingers do. So she is a true epitome of how the divine, how Ishwar works through us, how Goddess Saraswati works through us, through the power of music and through her voice. Please welcome our special guest, Renu Girumal.
Thank you so much, Prash, for that wonderful introduction. Thank you. I thoroughly enjoyed so many of the previous participants, and Simran, absolutely love it. Love the way you present. Thank you once again, Prash. Namaste, Mother Earth, and all you beautiful souls around the world. It's such a great pleasure to be here. And I would sincerely like to thank Healing Our Earth for inviting me to participate once more on this great global platform. Now, as you know, the overall theme today is yoga and breathing. And for me, music and singing is definitely yoga and breathing. So here's a fun fact for you. Did you know that if the surface of your lungs was laid out flat, it would be the size of a tennis court? Did you realize that? That's the amazing, amazing ability of our body. So now music can be a very powerful and unifying force. And I've got a very unusual offering today. Nothing in Hindi, nothing in Sindhi, my mother tongue, nothing in Sanskrit. It's actually something very joyful, very global. And they have a theme and a link. So I have 4 very short songs to sing for you. My first 2 songs are very patriotic and bring about a sense of national pride and unity wherever they are sung. The first song is from Greece in Europe, and the second song is all the way from Mexico in South America. Enna to Chelidoni is composed by Mikis Theodorakis, one of the most important Greek composers, and the lyrics are written by Odysseus Elitis. So Enna to Chelidoni is about the swallow returning home, and it's a metaphor for the Greeks regaining their freedom after the Greek Civil War. And the swallow is also a metaphor of springtime when life gets renewed. And my last song will reflect this metaphor of springtime. So I'd like to offer my very first song, this very patriotic song in Greek for you. I will apologize now, and I will beg forgiveness for all the songs that I'm going to sing, for all the mistakes or any mistakes that I may make in the language. You're most welcome to contact me privately afterwards and correct me so I can get it better next time. So, in Greek, Enna to Chelidoni. Enna to Chelidoni, ki άνοιξη ακριβή, για να γυρίσει ο χίλιος, θέλει δουλειά πολύ. Θέλει νεχροί χιλιάδες να νο στους τροχούς. Θέλει κι η ζωντανή να δίνουν το αίμα τους. Θέλει κι η ζωντανή να δίνουν το αίμα τους. Δε μου πρώτο μας τώρα μέτησες μέσα στα βουνά. Δε μου πρώτο μας τώρα με χλίσες μες στη θάλασσα. Πάρθηκε από μάγους το σώμα του μάγιου, το έχουνε τάψε σένα μνήμα του πέλαγου. Σ' ένα βατή πηγάδι sto, mirise to skotari, kolli aviso, mirise to skotari, kolli avisos. Demu proto mastora, μέσα στις τες πασχάλισι, δε μου πρώτο μας τώρα, μύρισες την Ανάσταση. Δε μου πρώτο μας τώρα, μέσα στις πασχάλεις κι εσύ, δε μου πρώτο μας τώρα, μύρισες την Ανάσταση. So very rousing. You can imagine a huge orchestra and this operatic voice singing out this patriotic song in Greek. My next offering is from Mexico. And the Mexican people have adopted the traditional song as a symbol of their nation. Even non-Spanish singers will recognize and adore the tune, even if they have no idea what the lyrics are. The song is called Cielito Lindo. So get ready to toe tap. Ay, 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 canta y no llores, porque cantando se alegran, cielito lindo, los corazones. Ay, 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 canta y no llores, porque cantando se alegran, cielito lindo, los corazones. De la Sierra Morena, cielito lindo, vienen bajando un par de ojitos negros, cielito lindo, de contrabando. De la Sierra Morena, cielito lindo, vienen bajando un par de ojitos negros, cielito lindo, de contrabando. Ay, 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 canta y no llores, porque cantando se alegran, cielito lindo, los corazones. Ese lunar que tiene, cielito lindo, junto a la boca, no solo de sana, dice, cielito lindo, que a mí me toca. Ese lunar que tienes, cielito lindo, junto a la boca, no solo de sana, dice, cielito lindo, que a mí te toca. Ay, 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 canta y no llores, porque cantando se alegran, cielito lindo, los corazones. Ay, 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 canta y no llores, porque cantando se alegran, cielito lindo, los corazones. Thank you. In yoga and in breathing, peace is what we're always looking for. And from Judaism, we're familiar with the word shalom, meaning peace in Hebrew. I'd like to share with you once again this favorite prayer of mine in Hebrew, Oseh Shalom Bimromav. The meaning is, may he who makes peace in the heavens grant peace to us and to all Israel. And let us repeat, Amen. Let us repeat, Amen. Oh, say shalom bimroma. Hu yaseh shalom aleinu ve'al kol Israel ve'imru imru amen. Hu say shalom bimroma. Hu yaseh shalom aleinu ve'al kol Israel ve'imru imru amen. Yaseh shalom, yaseh shalom, shalom aleinu ve'al kol Israel. Yaseh shalom, yaseh shalom, shalom aleinu ve'al kol Israel. Yaseh shalom, yaseh shalom, shalom aleinu ve'al kol Israel. Yaseh shalom, yaseh shalom, shalom aleinu ve'al kol Israel. Oseh shalom bimroma. Hu yaseh shalom aleinu ve'al kol Israel ve'imru imru amen. And finally, I want to share a song with you all that I learned when I was 12 years old. I learned it in English, but the original is in Japanese. So I started my international music session with Greek and the swallow, who is the harbinger of spring, and I'd like to end the session with Japan, where the cherry blossom, sakura, welcomes in the spring. I'll sing it in Japanese and a paraphrased meaning in English. Sakura, sakura, yayoi no sora wa miwatasu kagiri, kasumi ka kumo ka nioi zo izuru. Izaya, izaya, mini yukana. Sakura, sakura, clouds of blossom near and far, flowers from the cherry tree cast their fragrance in the air. Spring is here for all to see. Sakura, sakura, come with me, come and see. Sakura, sakura, no yomamo satomo, miwa tusu kagiri, kasumi ka kumo ka asahi ni niyou. Sakura, sakura, hana zakari. Once again, thank you so much for that trip around the world, from Greece to Mexico to Japan to Israel. Thank you so much. This global online session really lends itself to offering songs from all over the world. Thank you once again. Namaste.
Namaste, Renuji. I'm lost for words again, just for a moment, as I'm sure all of us are, judging by the smiles of everybody on this session at the moment. You have touched our hearts and you have taken us mentally on such a whirlwind tour of this globe that we don't feel locked down. We feel like, I feel like the swallow that has had a chance to spread its wings and fly anywhere and everywhere, completely free of all blockages, all restrictions. We are free of the COVID. Your music has transported us across continents and taken our heart on a spiritual and emotional journey. I'm sure I speak for everyone, and I have to thank you for this blessed share. And I just wanted to reflect a moment before we wrap this up. It was interesting. It was very interesting how when you sang Ena Te Khalidoni, which is about the sparrow, and it is about the swallow, and it draws a parallel to the story of a swallow in the Garuda Puran. From the ancient Vedic literatures, there is the story of the swallow who is trying to recover the eggs that the ocean swallowed. And so she went out finding food, foraging, and while she was out, the nest that was just by the ocean got swept in by the ocean and swallowed by it. And when she returned, she was alarmed. What can I do? All my eggs, my little children, have been swallowed by the great ocean. And so she started to empty the ocean with her beak, each drop at a time, each drop at a time. And she felt exhausted, and yet she continued. And she continued despite the exhaustion. And after a while, the ocean started to roar with laughter in mocking of the small mother sparrow, the small mother swallow. How can you, a tiny bird, hope to empty this whole ocean? And she beseeched, please return my eggs. The ocean would not do so. So again, she continued, trying to pull her eggs out. Then her determination and devotion and her single-minded desire to save the lives of her dependents brought the attention of Garuda, Lord Garuda, Vishnu's carrier. Then Lord Garuda came to the scene and he looked at the ocean and he says, if you don't open up and give those eggs back, you have me to deal with. Immediately the ocean opened and the eggs were returned.
Wow, what a wonderful story.
Indeed.
Thank you so much for relaying that, Prash.
It took
Thank
me
you.
on that journey, Renuji, and the wisdom for all of us there.
Yes.
The wisdom. Actually, the wisdom of that story ties in nicely with your second song, Cielito Lindo. Cielito Lindo, in the second verse, you talk about ¿Por qué cantando se alegran? Because singing makes rejoice.
Let's see what he's saying as well.
Sweet little heaven, our hearts.
Yes.
How interesting that we, despite the lockdown, despite any physical limitations or financial limitations, we each and every one of us have the opportunity to cantar in Spanish, to sing. And it doesn't have to be expert singing. Again, the Vedic principle of kirtanam. And so I take away this wisdom and share back with everyone how beautiful the gift that this Healing Our Earth platform has given, that we can all come together and rejoice through hearing, shravanam, and singing or chanting, kirtanam. And by kirtanam, just like the swallow did to obtain her eggs back, we get the power of Garuda. We get the assistance of God in whichever shape we are, just by singing. The simple act of kirtanam can allow us to heal our hearts and call upon the divine to help us get through this.
Wonderful, Prash. Thank you. Beautiful exposition. Thank you so much.
I offer tributes to Renuji. Thank you so much once again.
Pleasure. My honor. Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Wonderful. And from our distinguished singer with multiple voices and talents, Renu, we have to have you on mantra therapy once this lockdown's done. I'll be in touch. We'll have you on one of our mantra therapy satsangs. Let us welcome our next special guest, who is joining the Healing Our Earth movement for the first time. Her name is Magali Mazeya. Magali joins us from her base, which is normally in the French Riviera. in the region where she serves many, many people through her years of experience in her passion area of Ayurveda, yoga, the chakras, and inner pharmacy. Magali is the founder of Lylis, Lylis. It's an education center based in the French Riviera. She is an internationally registered and renowned yoga teacher with training through the renowned Shiva Ray, RYT 500 hours qualification of yoga, much more, and her qualification through the esteemed Chopra Center in Southern California as a Vedic master educator. Magali also brings her craft to help people in healing through their journeys in life. And she especially has a special process, and I hope, Magali, you'll mention about it, something called Anahata flow. Anahata is the heart chakra, but I'm hoping that Magali will say something about this. So please, without further ado, let us welcome the lovely Magali Maze. Namaste, Magali.
Pranam and namaste. Do you hear me well?
We hear you. C'est très bien.
C'est très bien. Merci, Prash, for this lovely introduction. And welcome here in the Lylis Atelier in the very French Riviera in south of France with my beautiful sister on harp, Venus, Scarlett, and myself. And I'm also pleased, really an honor to be here in this auspicious day with you as we all commune in the heart and spirit of healing our earth, as it says. But how do we heal our global earth? It's starting by healing ourselves. And this is why every contribution here is so much light and needed and welcome. And I'm grateful also to my great friend Amarjit Bamra, who is from the All Party Parliamentary Group in India and Traditional Science, which promotes Ayurveda and yoga and all other Indian tradition science amongst the parliamentary communities in London and Brussels. So I needed just that space for gratitude to him. Today we will go through a simple rise and blossom sequences that has rises through my practice and from the heart with Venus. Why with Venus? Because every instrument has a resonance on a frequency level of our body. Emotions are only energy in motion. So it's pure light energy moving, and where there is matter, there is geometry. And this is what we are going to enter now, this field of this sacred geometry we are made of, by starting to invoke the living Shri Yantra, the living visual mantra of the Supreme Creator. Name it how you want. It's the same light source, Brahma, God, whatever you have a name, we're talking about the same source of creation, the consciousness united with this creation. So I invite you now to inhale and to open up your arms in Samana, and then exhale and go into Viana. Just bring then all that energy back into your heart. And pause on your heart and just connect with the uniqueness of your heartbeat, the drum of your life, the only one that is really telling you the very next step to take. Without breath into the heart and heartbeat, no life. So we pause here and connect with our heartbeat. Every day is different. So what is the beat du jour in your heart? And with that, I want you to expand and to open up from your physical field and open up into your energetic body. Inhale, stop here, and exhale, you gather all the energy back into your heart. And connect again, you open up your inhale. Deep belly breath up to the heart and exhale. You come back to the heart. This is basically the chamber of the three hearts. We have on the right side, we have the Hridaya, which is the energetic heart. In the center, we have the Anahata, the heart chakra, which is the energetic wheel. And on the left side, we have our physical heart. And this is not a coincidence that on this very center and aligned with our arms and hands, there is like this divine connection that is happening with the triangle of consciousness, which is coming from the heart up to the palms. If you imagine that we have here also energy wheels, and we consciously activate from the palms, from the heart, the foundation, the duality, up with the inhale to Surya, to the sun. Then we have created the triangle of consciousness and a real living consciousness that we are. Our body as antenna, we're really opening into the geometry of it. And this is what I invite you to do now, while we're gonna have Venus playing for us, that is literally having an impact, a direct impact with the frequency field of our heart. Harp, traversal flute, piano, and other violin, other instruments that intimately resonate with our heart frequency. So I invite you now to come into the heart space, one palm above the other, and then you create the wings. You connect with your heartbeat, and we're gonna inhale, connecting with the triangle of consciousness. While we inhale, we feel the belly and the heart with breath. Then in our duality, we open up the palms to the sky, and we visualize with our inner mind a tunnel going up to the center of the sun, which today we have a little bit rainy, so we invoke the vision of the sun with Surya, and then we exhale, and we will bring all that energy back into our heart. And after 3 cycles of breathing, we will then come back and just turn the palm down to the earth, and then create the direct connection with the triangle of creation, which is from our hearts, from our heart fire, down with the fireball in the center of the earth, the Magmayam. And here we go into that breathing and invoking all that prana, that life force, and this activation of the Agni Mele Purohitam, of this salvation through the fire of transformation. So if you're ready, hands on your heart, on your most sacred hotspot on this planet. And then we're going to inhale deeply. Inhale into your heart. Inhale into your head. Palms up. Hold. And exhale. Gather the energy from this triangle of consciousness into your heart. Inhale. 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 Exhale, gather in. Inhale, 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 and exhale. And create this subtle connection from your physical self with your energetic self and with your environment. This is the moment where we become aware that we are not only our body, and we connect with the multidimensional being and aspects of who we are. Next inhale, we connect now with palms down, opening, expanding to the left and right side as we have 2 imaginary friends just taking us at the same time, and we lower the shoulders down, and we create now the connection with Magmayam, with this heart center. center of the earth, this fireball, and invoke all that energy. Inhale. And exhale. Gather the energy back into your heart. And inhale again. Open up. Let the sound of Venus take you in the expansion of creation. And exhale, gather the energy back. You're invited to go into your own mudra practice if you have one. Today is Sunday, so it's Surya Day. And if you want to connect with the sun, then it will be this mudra. The sun, the fire, connects with the second finger after the little finger, and you come back to your heart. And that said, I invite you to come into Vira posture, the posture of the hero, after the connection we have created with triangle of consciousness with the sun, triangle of creation with the Magmayam. And here we are, the living Sri Yantra, the living expression of oneness in hero posture, embracing life, embracing change, embracing maturity, because this COVID-19 was basically predator of Mother Nature. So one of her infectious agents, bringing us a teaching to the root on a global level. So may we humbly invite this teaching. And before we come back into a new reality, we are going to invoke the element water in us in a very playful way in the Vira Mudra. I want you to imagine you dive into the wave like a dolphin. And when you, at the end of the inhale, you come with the shoulders down and you rise your spine up toward the sky. And then you exhale like the wave coming to the floor, and then you go down and you inhale again. Then you open up with your hearts to the sky, and then you exhale, you dive down. And then you inhale up. And then the simple vinyasa to give a pranam to the earth and water element. And exhale. And then from here, we're going to come into Yogi's Kot, which is also the posture of every start when we want to jump into life and to bow down to say our gratitude to the earth. It's all about healing our earth and healing ourselves on earth today. So we're going to inhale, we open up with our elbows, we open up the knees, and we put our hands on our heart. We always keep connection with the heart. And as we are the antenna, when we are on every other level of our chakra system, the hands are tied. But I invite you to come when we are on the level of the heart, to come into this humble receiving and press with your thumb against your fingers and create that space in this hands to listen and to receive the teaching of every heartbeat and of prana itself. And then we inhale, we push our elbows against the knees and we rise up. At the end of the inhale, we engage Mula Bandha, you engage the perineum, which is a tantric secret. And then you exhale, you just bow down and you bring the knees in. And you inhale again, rise up. And exhale. Last wave, inhale. Open up the lotus in lotus mudra and the hands on the level of the heart. And then invoke one thought from universe that you want to exhale into your heart. And and then bring down on earth, coming in Sphinx posture. And then we inhale, connect with that thought, this healing thought, and exhale, giving it to the earth. Inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. Coming in child's pose and rising up. One leg in the front. We start in the right one because the right is always activating digestive. So we follow the biologic, this natural logic we are made of. And from here, we inhale into our spinal cord, into our heart, this magmayam. The hand, the shoulders goes down, and we exhale. We just lift up and straighten the left leg. And all of a sudden, we inhale, we rise up to the side, and we create a triangle and become the star. I'm coming to the other side. Become the star we are, connecting with the sun and the moon. And then we inhale, we open up to the center, and we exhale. We just slightly go to one side. We touch with our right hand the left knee, the left ankle, and we rise up with our left arm, and we ground with the body to the earth. We feel the gravity and lift up to the sky. Inhale, become the star. Exhale. Inhale and exhale. And inhale up. Exhale, come back in yogi squat. And bow. Inhale, rise up. Exhale. Come down. And we come back on our mat to finish with activating the fire in us, and then we rise to the air, and then we will finish in Shavasana for this sequence today. So we inhale up, we create upon our head the Agni Mudra, the Surya Mudra, which I also love to name James Bond Mudra, so you create the weapon of light. And upon your head, you really create that line from Magmayam to Hridayam, up to Suryam, and you inhale up, and you exhale. You create a light bubble, and you bring back into your belly, on your solar plexus, and connect with your power center. And from there, you rise along your heart with your elbow coming together, with your hands connecting with the ajna, with the command center. And at that space, you make just a slightly back bend, and you exhale and create this light in front of you, around you, above, below, and so it is. And last inhale, and exhale. And now we're going to come up with the hands 45 degrees from our head. The thumb comes together, and the hand, this is from the Kundalini practice, very efficient heart breathing. So the hand, you stretch, and then you just you bend them. Sorry, I was searching the word in English. You bend them, and you tie the hands. You create really a contraction that it's an expansion here. The thumbs are connecting, the shoulders goes down to the earth. You ground, you engage Mula Bandha, and then 45 degrees, and you inhale deeply. We're going to activate the breath of fire. So for those who doesn't know the breath of fire, you focus on the fast exhaling and pumping the body, the belly in. So it looks like that. Inhale deeply, and we pump. And we smile. And we invite the fire of transformation. And then we bring the fingers upon our head together, then touch, and then we open up the light circle. And pause. And celebrate. And bring it down. One knee above the other, above the other. We inhale, we come slightly forward to adjust. We are going to make a variation of Garudasana to invoke the element air before we celebrate the last posture. So we inhale, we open up our hands, and we exhale, we come back down to our heart. Inhale, we open up. Exhale, the hands comes in front of us, the shoulders goes really down, we have a straight spine. And then the right hand, just bend the arm, and then you come with the left arm above the right hand, and you just cross like that, and the palms are just touching each other. One is above the other, and you will have the right hand embracing the sun like that. So you have like a variation of Garudasana, the eagle's posture, the king of the air. And then we inhale up, back, create space in the belly. Exhale, we gather all the energy in and bring it down to earth. Inhale up. And exhale down, release it. And inhale up. And exhale down. And inhale. And exhale. And then you open up. Like a bird, you open up your wings. And you start to fly. And embrace the sky. And coming forward, bow, open up, bow, open up. And from there, you just have the leg, which is above the other, is giving you the direction where we're going to playfully turn from this side. We just shift to the other side, and all of a sudden the leg that was above is under the leg, and the other leg that was under is above. You find your position, so you go a little bit forward, you move playfully, and then it has to be aligned. You inhale, you exhale, and you come back to the heart. Always connect with the rhythm of your life. Inhale up, exhale, take it back. Inhale up, exhale, coming in the front, the arms, the elbows goes down. Then here it's the left arm that now bends, and the right arm just above the left, like that. We embrace the element air, just the other side. And then we inhale up, touch the sky, and exhale. Bring all that prana down. Inhale, rise up, and exhale. Last one. And and then fly like birds. Just let it go. And then we let go of this posture to come child's pose to receive. We come back into Vira, into the hero posture. And with hands on our hearts, the last breath that will bring us down into Shavasana will be the infinite aid that we're creating. So we inhale, basically, we inhale from the heart. The palms goes out, we cross the fingers above our head, we inhale. And on the heart level, like we're giving and receiving, we humbly exhale and bring all that energy in a closing aid into our belly. And we inhale, rising up to the sky. Exhaling, bring it into the belly. Inhale, rising up. Exhale. Inhale, rise, open up your heart. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale, just infinite unconditional love. Exhale, receive. Inhale, give your love. Exhale, receive. And from there, we slide down on the mat in Pranam. With gratitude for this moment we share, we will just bend our right knee and our right hand to the heart and just exhale to the side. Open up. Inhale, coming back into Pranam. Exhale, we slide up to the left side and exhale. And from there, I invite you to turn. Take off your clips, everything from the head to turn into Shavasana, into the posture of receiving, inhaling, stretching, exhaling, opening your legs and your hands, and letting everything go. And letting the cascade of healing sound be with this moment of healing, this natural intelligence coming with the breath in us, through us, for us, and healing our earth. And lying there, I invite you now to stretch your arms upon the head. Stretch, 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 and then come into an embryonal happy baby sleeping pose for the last tones of beautiful supreme nectar cascading down upon our whole being. Loka, Samasta, Sukhina, Bhavantu. In deep gratitude, Prash, we're giving back from the south of France to you with the last words, as you wish, about Anahata Flow. Anahata Flow is the seed, basically, of love that has been planted before Lilith has become a professional activity. It has been birthed for the children of the world that are in transition from a needed reality to a blossoming one of having more possibilities in life than where we find them at the beginning. It is activating the wheel of our hearts for the next generation to be the example that we can learn from history and look into the pattern of our repeating history and change it for a new, better love story.
Jai Ho, Jai Ho, Jai Ho. That was magnificent, Magali, your explanation as well of Anahata Flow. Your presentation, I think we'll all agree, everybody who's viewing this live or on the replay, was a magnificently gentle and yet empowering experience to everybody who was able to do this, especially when you integrated the fire breath and, as you called it, the James Bond mudra, aka the Surya mudra. Combining it, it's a wonderful analogy. And I think what you do by integrating the asanas with the pranayama, it's a very beautiful, unique style that you have. So, merci pour so agréable. Merci pour votre agréable.
Merci
Magali.
beaucoup. It was our pleasure. And thank you for creating this beautiful energy around the globe that we consciously connect in that healing consciousness. Thank you for that.
You are very welcome. And as I said earlier before, Renu, it takes all of us to make one of us. So really, when we unite like this from France to India to USA, and in the weeks to come, we have more countries joining us for HOE, it's going to become a united and borderless experience through the wheel of Sanatan Dharma and through our reach. So it's a pleasure to have you on board and joining us through this, Magali. And can I also just acknowledge your sister who played
Scarlett.
Scarlett. C'est très beau, très beau.
Thank you.
It was just really, and I recognize it instantly. For those of you who are not familiar with the music, it is the music primarily that you played of Ludovico Einaudi.
Exactly.
So how amazing that you combine the music. What an international beauty. You have a music from an Italian composer. You have yourselves who have multi-country backgrounds in your blood, and you're in France, and yet you're bringing this Vedic tradition to life with this beautiful fusion of East and West. So I must pay tribute to your beautiful sharing. It was so good. Vous êtes très gentil. À bientôt. And bonne chance. Namaste.
Thank you. Namaste.
So folks, I'm sure you're feeling enlivened and rejuvenated by your experiences so far. So it leaves me to bow out, offer my gratitude to everybody who stayed with us, who's tuned in, and who's tuned off the distractions around us to bring our focus to this online spiritual dharmic experience that our digital technologies make available to us. And with that, I would like to introduce my dear friend and who is taking over from me as our next anchor, the lovely Sarita Menon. Sarita, just a word or two about the lovely Sarita. Sarita is known, I hope you don't mind me saying Sarita. Sarita wears two hats. She has her corporate hat as the managing director of Indus, a very successful printing-based company. That's one side. Then the other side is that she's an NLP master practitioner who started a spiritual journey many years ago and has followed the tradition and the path of the Art of Living organization. She is now a respected and popular teacher with the Art of Living, teaching various courses, some of their key courses. So wearing both her hats, but coming here to bring not only the hats that she wears, to bring her heart and soul, the lovely Sarita Menon. Namaste. And bow out from me. Namaste.
Namaste, Prash. Oh gosh, thank you very much. That's such a beautiful introduction. Thank you very much, Prash. And thank you very much for hosting. I've loved everything so far. And Magali, I just loved the way you invoked the Sri Yantra. And do you know what, your surroundings as well, your settings, it's so zen, so calming, so tranquil. Thank you for the whole package. Thank you very much. And Namaste Globe. My name is Sarita, as Prash has introduced me so lovingly, and I'm part of the Healing Our Earth team. Now, I've been listening and watching all the programs that we've had so far, and I've enjoyed it thoroughly. And I hope all of you have been enjoying it as much as well. Of course, you know you can watch us live on www.healingourearth.com, and also our Facebook page, which is facebook.com/healingourearth. We're also streaming live on Enrich TV, which is our associate internet TV. And from now on, all future HOE sessions will stream live in it too. Now, before we go any further, let me tell you a little bit about a very special session that we have planned, which is for next week, which is the 24th. It's called Kind 20. And what the next session is going to be based on is on the acts of kindness from across the globe. You can see.
What does kindness mean to me? Is a smile. Being there for your loved ones.
Being not too naughty during lockdown.
Bringing a smile to somebody's face.
Everyone around you also rises.
Be there for each other.
Without expecting anything in return.
Not forgetting the homeless.
It could be as simple as a phone call just to check in on how they're doing.
Is to sacrifice.
To spread joy, to spread smiles.
Is checking on your neighbors.
And being respectful.
Kindness is unconditional. So let's all turn
COVID-19
into hashtag Kind20.
Kind20. Kind20. Kind20.
Isn't that amazing? Yes, kindness. And kindness means different to different people. But next week's session, so we look forward to seeing all of you there as well. Now, what have we had so far? We've had a range of programs, right? From yoga, but not just doing yoga, but understanding the origins of yoga and breathing techniques, which is pranayama. So understanding the meaning and almost teaching us the right way to breathe, the breath and the mind connection, to mindfulness, meditation, singing, chanting from people the world over, which is Malaysia, Hong Kong, USA, India, France, UK. We've even heard music from Greece, Mexico, Japan. And the next few sessions will take us again to USA, UK, and Iceland. So quite global, really. And each session is obviously aimed at healing ourselves inside out. So in keeping with the global participation, we have Natesh from the USA next. Now Natesh is known for his ecstatic live kirtan and highly regarded Bliss of Kirtan album. He has led kirtan at several public events and composed over 200 chants, and has also offered his blissful chanting as an inspirational background for yoga classes. His album has been called a lovely and profound offering, a realm of enchanted bliss, and stunningly beautiful for the ear and for the soul. So we'd like to proudly present Natesh. Namaste, Natesh.
Namaskar. Thank you so much, Larita. Thank you for that lovely introduction. Greetings, everyone from Sedona, Arizona. I'm very honored to be participating in today's events. And because I thought there could be some people tuning in that aren't familiar with the more complex mantras, I just have a short kirtan offering that I've been invited to share with you all. And I selected simply Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. May all the beings in all the worlds be happy. So this is in a kirtan style. There's a couple different melodies. And because we just have a short time to chant together, I welcome you all to chant. It's a very powerful practice if you're not already doing it. And we're chanting the divine, no matter what the mantra, Lakastamasta Sukhino Bhavantu is in what in modern days we would call an affirmation, and prayer, of course. And it's ancient and it's beautiful and it's powerful, and I invite you all to join me to chant it. Now, there's two melodies, and there will be 2 times through each one. So just as you connect with the melody, feel free to start chanting along, and just hear with your inner ear all of the other people, however many thousands of people are chanting along at the same time around the world. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka Just be in stillness for a moment. Absorb those vibrations.
Thank you very much, Nitesh. That was beautiful. May everyone all over the world always remain happy. What a beautiful affirmation and so soulfully sung. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Our next guest now is a beautiful couple from the UK, and they're going to present energizing chair yoga. So we've got Sushma and Ravi Bhanot, who are the directors of the Ayurveda Institute of Europe and Cool Herbals. Sushma ji has qualifications in pharmacy, homeopathy, Ayurveda, and is also an Ayurvedic researcher. She's written 3 books on natural health and well-being, including Inventing the Cool Slim Plan. Sushma ji is a co-founder of the British Chai Party charity and also the Make It Beat charity, and was recently recognized for outstanding service to promote health and wellness in the UK. Now, Ravi ji has several qualifications himself, and some of them are Ayurveda, pharmacy, nutrition. And he is the author of 4 Ayurvedic books, inventor of Nutri-Grow Hair Retention Plan, a fellow of the Royal Society of Arts, a senior justice of peace, and co-founder of Save a Week and Make It Beat charity. Namaste, Sushma ji and Ravi ji.
Namaste ji, Sarita ji. Thank you for the beautiful introduction. You're very kind, and congratulations to all the Healing Our Earth team on this immense, wonderful work. A global namaste to the world. Thank you for a fantastic session, Nitesh ji. That was very soulful and the vibrations were amazing. Today, we'd like to share with you how yoga can help in 2 areas. The first one in mental health. The theme for this year's Mental Health Awareness Week, which starts tomorrow, is kindness. And let's be kind to our bodies. There's been a lot of kindness shown during this COVID, but let's be kind to ourselves as well. How does yoga and exercise help in mental health? Many studies show adults who did yoga. Today, we're going to focus on chair yoga. They found positive effects like a decrease in depression and anxiety. Their physical functioning was improved. Their mobility was improved. This is just small exercises, not vigorous yoga. Even the smallest chair exercises can be so helpful. And I would love you to join me in a session at the end when Raviji is spoken, and please be ready to join in. So Raviji will show you now how else yoga can help in losing weight.
Namaste everyone. So you're at home wondering what to do. You're probably putting on weight, probably not exercising as much as perhaps you used to. So what can you be doing? So 3 things perhaps you want to focus on. Number 1, it is that if you want to diet, what sort of food should you be eating? If you look at typical Western thinking, it should be based on calories. If you look at the Ayurvedic approach, it's based on what we call kapha foods, reduce the K values. So this is a particular diet plan or health plan that Sushma and I have been working on called the Food Plan. It's basically eat food that you're normally eating in your staple diet, because that's what's going to work, rather than low calorie food, which perhaps not what you normally eat, or any of these other fatty diets. However, whatever works for you, so focus on K minus or reduced value foods. What does that mean? Well, you can Google it, find out, or you can email Sushma or myself, and we do a personalized slimming plan that you can work on. So Ravi at coolherbals.com or Sushma at coolherbals.com, and we'll gladly share that information with you. Number 2, mindset. In this particular environment, a lot of people are negative, fearful, wondering how it's going to end and will everyone be okay, which is legitimate. We can all understand that. However, we've got to be clear. What is it we want? We must keep to the positive. So, what is your target weight? What is it that you actually want? A lot of people just say, oh, I want to lose a few pounds. What does a few pounds mean? 2 pounds? 4 pounds? So be very clear. So mindset is very important. And thirdly is exercise, of course. And a lot of people say, well, we can't exercise, we can't go to the gym, we can't go out, we have mobility problems, we basically are limited what we're able to do. So Sushma Ji is now going to show you what we call an energized chair yoga. Okay, very interesting. Anyone can do it. It's very simple, and you can make it as strenuous as you like. However, we're going to show you something which you can all do right now. So be comfortable, sit on a chair. You may want to get a couple of pieces, couple of waters perhaps, just to because part of the exercise would involve that. But if you haven't got it, don't worry, even a couple of books would do if you have nearby. If not, don't worry. But we have to start right now. So you have about half an inch to each side, so you're able to move your arms. Okay, ready? Okay, here we go. So this is called the Energized Chair Yoga by Sushma Ji. We're just going to have a video that's going to be coming through. Here we go.
Namaste, I'm Sushma. Welcome to Chair Yoga. This is a revitalizing, short routine you can do anytime. Welcome and enjoy. Firstly, we will start off with some nice stretches. Stretch. Next, we'll rotate the head to get rid of the tension. First one way, and then the other way. Try to do about 10 each side. Really get rid of the tension at the back. Next, shoulder exercises. Gently backwards. And we'll try to do 10 of these. And the other way, forwards. Next, we're going to stretch our arms upwards as straight as possible and down. Up. Breathe in. Breathe out. Focus on keeping your arms stretched. 2, 1. Slide forward. Let's do some aerobic exercises on the spot. Really move your arms to get the full benefit. You should be feeling slightly out of breath now. Next, slide back, arms at right angles. And we're going to twist to each side. Only go as far as is comfortable. Twist, center. Twist, center. Twist, center. Twist, center. Twist, center. Feel your stomach muscles. Three, 2, 1. And march. Lift your legs up. Increase the intensity. Should be feeling breathless now, in a good way. Next, slide back, arms up, right angles, straight. Feel the chest stretch, and we're going to raise our legs. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. Feel the stretch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Next, get some weights. Just water bottle is great. And we're going to twist to each side. Might want to come forward. So, one side, the other side, center. Stretch. Just do what's comfortable. You can use weights or water bottles. One more. And back down. March. A bit more aerobic exercises. This time, work on the lungs. Go. Breathe out. In. Out. Breathe out. The final pose is resting. So sit comfortably and 3 deep breaths. Namaste.
Hope you all enjoyed that, and hope you were all doing what we were doing, sitting down. We put some motivational music behind that. If you think that's useful and you'd like a video of that, if you Facebook the team, we're more than happy to share with you this particular clip so you can be doing it at home. Very important. You're doing some sort of exercise. Okay, lovely. So we hope you enjoyed the session. It's been a pleasure being here, and we look forward to all the other sessions we're going to have with the Healing Our Earth team. I think just like to just say a quick thank you to the Healing Our Earth team, led by Neil Kumar, and we've got Malesh, and then we've got everyone else, and the whole team. I'm sure I'm going to forget somebody's name. If I can just say thank you very much for what you're doing, and we hope this carries on for a long, long time. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you very much, both of you. That was amazing. Really simple exercises that you can do when you're sitting down anywhere. And I'm going to hop, skip, and jump and say, even later on when we can fly and we're on the aircraft, can we not do these exercises? Because, you know, they're simple. Obviously, we have to be careful about the people around us and things. But yeah, fantastic. So thank you very much for that. That was amazing. So let's go on to our next session then. Next, we will explore reconnecting through mantra with our next guest, Jay Nithayadasa from the UK. Jay Nithayadasa comes from a background of consultancy in software development, testing in the investment banking industry. He spent 10 years as a monk studying ancient texts of India, focusing on its practical application in our modern society. He is now married and serves as president of ISKCON London, as well as other international responsibilities. Now, with over 20 years of practice and experience, he conducts seminars and courses in top universities such as Oxford, Cambridge, Imperial and King's College, as well as corporates such as HSBC, Barclays, Accenture, and Clifford Chance. Namaste and Hare Krishna, Jay Nithayadasa ji.
Namaste. Thank you so much, Sarita. I'm very honored to be here. Namaste Global and everyone out there in cyberspace. It is a great honor and privilege to be invited by the Healing Earth team and for this global yoga and breathing online session. And thank you very much for that energetic previous session. I feel so enlivened and energized, now very uplifted. So I'm very grateful to be here with all of you. And I wanted to discuss the power of connecting with through mantra. Of course, throughout the day, we've had much mantra chanting. And just before this, Nitesh, she took us through some wonderful chanting. So I wanted to discuss a little bit about the power of sound vibration for healing as we're reaching out to try to introduce some healing energy into the world around us, which is certainly suffering at the moment. Many persons feeling very isolated and alone and desiring to find something more in life and to go deeper. So we would like to help and encourage them in whatever way that we can. The beautiful power of mantra is that by chanting the mantra, not only do we help and benefit ourselves, but we also benefit everyone around us. And it also adds to the healing energy to the global atmosphere. So some years ago, my spiritual master, he was approached by someone who was very high up in the environmental agency in India. And they had a long conversation, and they were discussing about how to have a global effect on helping to heal the earth and stop pollution. And she was coming from very much a side of what to do pragmatically with industry and so many different things. And he was very inspired to speak about the fact that actually healing the earth is not going to start with the industry, but it has to start with the heart. It has to start with the individual, and each and every one of us have to take a personal responsibility for making sure that we are doing our part, because the external pollution is simply symptomatic of the internal pollution that is happening. So once we begin to purify and cleanse the heart within, then we can actually begin to make a profound difference in the world. So the more that we can help people on this planet to go within and to find themselves and to purify and cleanse those unwanted anarthas, those unwanted things within the heart, then the more that the world will see transformation. So today I wanted to speak about, there are many different mantras, of course, being connected with ISKCON, the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. I wanted to speak specifically on the Maha Mantra. This is the great mantra for deliverance. And according to the Vedic texts, in this age that we live in, this age of Kali, the age of Kali Yuga, symptomized by quarrel and confusion and hypocrisy. For this age, the method, the chosen method or prescribed method for spiritual emancipation, it comes from Sankirtan, or this community chanting or congregational chanting of the Lord's holy names. And this Maha Mantra is very profound, being the Maha Mantra, or the great mantra. So mantra comes from two words, mana, which means the mind, and trayate, which means to liberate or to free. So mantra, being sound vibration coming from the spiritual platform, means that by chanting this mantra, by repeating this sound vibration, it's not some artificial imposition that's being put on the consciousness. It's actually a reconnecting. Simply, we are reconnecting our original spiritual being with the eternal divine spiritual source, which we call Krishna, which means the all attractive. Certainly we can understand that the creator of so much beauty in this world, he has to be the all attractive source of everything. So we call him Krishna. And also by chanting this Maha Mantra, then we derive great benefit, as I mentioned, for purifying ourselves and also for transforming the world around us. So the Maha Mantra is comprised of three words, Hare, which is an addressing of the energy of the Lord. And in vocative sense, we approach the Lord by first addressing the energy of the Lord, or addressing the Lord's dearmost devotee or servant, Srimati Radhika. So we understand that this Hare is Hari in the vocative, which means the energy of the Lord, and the highest potency is the Ladini Shakti, which is the pleasure potency of the Lord, known as Srimati Radharani. So we have Hare, and we have Krishna, which means the all-attractive, and then we have Rama. So Rama can have many different meanings and can refer to all different aspects. Lord Ram, from Sita and Ram, or it can be Balaram, or it could even be Parashuram. But we understand that it is connected with Krishna, so it is Radharaman. So this is the source of pleasure, or the reservoir of all happiness and joy. So these three words, Hare, Krishna, and Rama, when put together in the mantra, which is very familiar to most, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. It's very simple. It has been chanted by great sages throughout the ages and by many famous people across the modern era. So I would like to introduce, of course, there is Kirtan, and I'm now situated in our temple, and we're in lockdown in London, but we have about 20 of our monks who are in the temple, and today we're having a 3-hour Kirtan session in connection with helping to heal the earth. So we wanted to send out some positive vibrations. So they're having Kirtan downstairs now in the temple. But I wanted to discuss another method of this chanting of mantra, which is to utilize japa mala. So we can see this japa mala is made of tulsi, tulasi wood, which is the sacred tree and sacred leaves that are offered to Lord Krishna's lotus feet. So no offering is complete without the offering of tulsi. So when we chant, this chanting, so of course we can just sing the Maha Mantra, but we chant japa. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna explains that of sacrifices, he is japa. So when we chant japa, we chant like this using these 2 fingers, placing them on the japa beads. This is the head bead or the top bead, or we call the Krishna bead. We don't chant on this bead, but we go to the next bead. We place these 2 fingers. Usually you try to keep this finger off the bead. The reason being, this finger is known as the ahankara finger. This means this finger is directly connected to the false ego. We all know that this finger comes out whenever you want to push blame on someone else. We very quickly and easily, this finger becomes a very vital tool, good instrument. So we keep this finger as much as possible off of the beads. And by placing the beads between these 2 fingers, then we try to enter into a meditative state. We make ourselves comfortable and get into a nice position, and we can have some nice background music. So posture is very important. You can sit in the lotus position, but if you're sitting in a chair, as I see Sarita, you're very comfortably seated. So we can sit just back as straight as possible, as if you have a thread going through the back top chakra down through your spine. So if you're hunched over, pull that string, sit up nice and straight. Make sure you have good deep breaths. And then once the posture is fixed, we try to focus the mind. And we focus the mind on the sound vibration of the mantra, and we can begin to chant. So if everyone is there, we can do this together for a few moments and just allow ourselves to really be taken deeply. If the mind begins to drift or start to think of something else, just pull it back and focus solely and wholly on the mantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare. So usually on a Japa Mala there are 108 beads. It's representing the 108 principal gopis who served Lord Shri Krishna. So I think that my time is up. There is much more that we could say and much more that we could do. But I just want to say a global namaste to everyone. And thank you very much, Sarita, for your wonderful hosting and your beautiful and inspirational smile and your nice introduction. And thank you to everyone who is tuned in. I feel very honored.
Thank you very much. And Hare Krishna Jayanati Dasaji. Thank you for coming here and thank you for making this program special for us. What I loved about what you said was once we purify the heart, then we can make a profound difference in the world. That is beautiful. And I think that's something that we have to obviously filter down to everybody and make this world a fantastic place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Our next session is called Presence is Power, and it will be presented by Gudni Gunnarsson from Iceland. Gudni Gunnarsson is a wellness coach and a yoga instructor and the creator of Glow Motion Wellness. In the 1980s, he began his 40-year career as a fitness trainer in Iceland and became a pioneer in the wellness industry. As a founder of Iceland's first professional gym, Fitness and Nutrition magazine, Gunnarsson quickly established himself as a leading contributor to the holistic approach to mind and body development. Gunnarsson currently owns and operates the Rope Yoga Center and the Glow Motion Academy in Iceland. He is the best-selling author of Presence is Power and Presence is Power, the 7-Step Workbook. Namaste. Good meeting.
Thank you. Namaste. Thank you so much. Thank you for your introduction, Sarita. It's been a pleasure to be a part of this and to listen to the other speakers and performers. And I want to jump into the conversation because Tasha was mentioning the heart and how the only way for us to heal the planet is to heal the heart, to unify the heart. Presence is power, and awareness is the key to transformation and prosperity. Is your essence, your primary asset, and the glow that's radiated by your soul. And so what's interesting is that we sometimes forget that our body is the representation, the soil that we walk in, live in. Our body is the temple, the vehicle, the spacesuit for which the spirit resides. And through this body, we can be a miracle, or we can be a detriment to our own process, and at the same time, the world. Now, healing our world is obviously the purpose and a honorable, noteworthy challenge, but we must start with our own bodies. This plot, this garden, the garden that we grow either beautiful flowers in or unwanted weeds. So it is interesting at this time in our lives where we have been restricted to travel, we have been forced, in essence, to contemplate and to face ourselves, to face our fears, to step into a process where we look at who we are, what our consumption is, and how we are contributing to the process or the devastation of the planet, of the body, the singular body. It's also very important for us to realize that spirit, breath, is only invited into our being. We are the keepers of not only the body, but we are also the keepers of spirit, and we allow spirit to flow through us through the breath. So before I enter into more dialogue about this subject, I want to invite all of you participating and listening just to close your eyes, to become aware of the body. Awareness is always the key. And I'm inviting us to show up, to become present in this space, in this moment. And whether you're sitting down or lying down, just acknowledge your presence. Acknowledge your feelings, your state of mind, or your attitude. And just recognize how that determines the resistance levels in the body. And how through those resistances we dissipate energies. Become aware of your thoughts, realizing that we are not the thought, but we are the thinker. And our thoughts have no merit or meaning unless we place meaning or merit upon our thoughts. Energy cannot be wasted or destroyed, but it can only be invested, allocated, or devoted. And when present, you are the spirit, the essence, the soul that devotes the energy either to resistance or to awareness. I invite you to bring your awareness to your intentions, your purpose, your goals. What is the intention? Why did we come to this planet, and how are we going to aid the planet? What is our purpose? What is the role that we assume in the process? Now, I said that our body is a garden, and we have the ability, the power, the free will to grow in this garden anything we want. Free, and we can grow unwanted weeds just like we can grow beautiful flowers, and we can have a bountiful harvest so that we may distribute the harvest and feed and nourish and replenish the planet. So this is a choice that is placed upon us. So acknowledge the fact that we are beings of light, and each and every one of us has purpose. The goals we assume following the purpose are then only mechanical objects to achieve, but when they're built and placed on purpose, they're actually actualized moment by moment. And then become aware of your breathing. Just become aware as your breath enters the body and how the oxygen, the prana, the force touches your nostrils as you inhale gently, consciously. Inhaling deep into the diaphragm. And your body is an instrument. And the diaphragm is an active part of your breathing technique or breathing apparatus. And the body also has a sewer system, the sewer system that's activated through muscular motion and also through deep diaphragm breathing. And we control the breath. We invite the breath or we hold the breath. So when you breathe into the diaphragm, you're activating the lymphatic system, the sewer system of the body. And that's how the body discharges toxins. And discharging is really essential because we're letting go of something that we're not going to utilize as we sustain our beingness on the planet. So your breath is an important asset, an important part of the tool of awareness. And I really, really encourage you to become aware of the breath. Now, you cannot breathe wrong or right, but you can infuse the energy, your life force, by breathing gently deep into the diaphragm, where you can also breathe shallow and therefore activate fear and absence. At this point, just be aware of the breath, how the breath enters the nostrils, breathing into the diaphragm. And relax your diaphragm, your belly, and let the belly expand just a tiny bit so that you can create a little space in the body. And then when you exhale, don't force the breath out of your life, just let it go. By letting go of the diaphragm, the exhalation will take care of itself. Just a few breaths, just being aware of the body. And how by inviting the breath, the spirit into the body, we activate our light, our glow. And you can start to feel your electromagnetic field, the energy that surrounds you, the light that you dominate or control, expand. And as we do this breathing, just gentle breathing, let's connect with the other hearts that are participating and listening to this dialogue. All of our hearts are linked together. Our electromagnetic fields are linked together. And as we take care of our own yard, our soil, then we connect with all of the other hearts around the globe. And as our force field, the electromagnetic field that we emanate, is expanded, so is the earth expanded, the field of the earth expanded. And this is what we want to accomplish when we get together like this and breathe together and pray together and be together. And before I move on into a slight exercise of awareness, when I'm going to bring your attention into the body, the physical body, your earth, I want to ask you to just gently bring your awareness into your chest cavity, where the lungs and the heart work in unison to inhale love and distribute the life force and the light that is inhaled. And connect with a state of gratitude. Be grateful. And as you inhale, connect the inhalation with that gratitude. And then as you exhale, exhale generosity. See if you can feel the warm, fuzzy feeling of gratitude in your body, in your chest, and allow that energy to start permeating the rest of your body, infusing the cells of the body, filling them with the light that we are allowing into our body through receptivity and breath. Gratitude is a state of being, a state of heart. It is not a mindset. It's not a courtesy or a phrase. It's not a doing. It's a being. And the most powerful way to connect with the force, with the Supreme Being, is through gratefulness, through gratitude. That's truly how one is connected with the life force and with the light. And that's also how we open our hearts to receive the blessings of the breath, to receive the blessings of the light. In this space and in these feelings, then, I want to take you through a brief journey through the body so that we may become more acquainted with the body, with the ground. And the only way for us to aid the planet is to be grounded, to place our roots on the planet and to become the flowers that grow here in order to sustain ourselves and to sustain everything else. We nourish on the planet, and the planet, the Mother Earth, nourishes us, and the umbilical cord will never be severed. All we ingest is earth, and all we become as we perish or leave the body or the spacesuit is earth again, soil. So really, really acknowledge that connection to the Mother as we go on this brief journey of introspective inventory. And as I mentioned, the body parts, all we're doing is just dropping in, coming home. We're not attempting to change anything or making something right or wrong, because everything just is. It's just about showing up. So starting with the right buttocks, coming down the hamstring, through the knee, calf, ankle, heel, bottom of the foot, toes, top of the foot, ankle, shin, knee, quadriceps, and hip. Moving over into the left hip, left buttocks, hamstring, knee, calf, ankle, heel, bottom of the foot, toes, top of the foot, ankle, shin, knee, quadriceps, and hip, pelvis. And just be aware of the lower part of the body, the legs. And just gently be aware of the differences between the energy of the right leg and the left leg, the yin and the yang. And then bring your awareness into your lower back, sensing the muscles along the spine, following those muscles up into the middle back, upper back, and all the way into the shoulders. Coming down the shoulder, right shoulder into the deltoids, tricep, elbow, forearm, wrist, back of hand, fingers, palm of hand, wrist, forearm, elbow, bicep, deltoids, and shoulder. Crossing over into the left shoulder, left deltoids, tricep, elbow, forearm, wrist, back of hand, fingers, palm of hand, wrist, forearm, elbow, bicep, deltoids, and shoulder. Back of the neck, head, face. Bringing your awareness down the front of the neck into the chest cavity again, into the seat of the soul, heart and lungs. And just acknowledge your presence. Acknowledge the fact that we are reclaiming the earth through our bodies. If we are not in the body, off the body, we cannot be off the heart or off spirit. This is our connection. This is our responsibility. And in this space, in this general feeling of being on the planet, I just want to say a few brief words about the potential here. Now, I noted earlier that awareness is our key to transformation, the primary asset. And we can, at each moment, if present, allocate the energy to what it is we truly want, or what we don't want. And all that we devote our awareness to will grow and expand. If we are devoting the awareness to what we don't want, to the fear, to the judgment, to the absence, then that's what we're cultivating. That is what we are creating. Now we are conscious beings, and just by the nature of observation, we are affecting the planet. So our thoughts, our behavior towards ourselves is truly what can be changed. And in my professional life, the only thing that I have seen people actually change in their lives is their perspective towards themselves. The moment people are willing to forgive themselves for the tyranny and the abuse, the bullying that they have placed upon themselves, then there is space. There is also the ability to receive. The moment we forgive ourselves, we have the ability to relinquish the regret and the remorse and the judgment and the blame that we perpetrate upon ourselves and also others. Because if we are hostile and angry towards ourselves, we will be hostile and angry towards everyone else. We only give what we receive and who we are and what we have. So the moment that we decide to become response-able beings, because we have discharged the hostility towards ourselves, then we can reignite, we can take back the energy, the empowerment that is a birthright of any being on the planet. So the point is that when we abandon ourselves, we become disempowered and disabled beings. We become victims of circumstances, the circumstances that we ourselves are creating and sustaining. The moment, however, that we forgive ourselves, we become able, creative beings. And this is imperative. Now, what I'm about to say may sound a bit strange for the first time, but the only way for us to change this planet, this earth, is to change the way we view ourselves. And the only way that I know to change the way we view ourselves is to, as I said earlier, forgive ourselves. And that means that we want ourselves. We become fully responsible for how we have attended to our garden, who we are, where we are, and what we have. The moment you watch yourself unequivocally, then you can love yourself. There is no love and rejection at the same time. We cannot change this world with fear and anger. We cannot change ourselves with a clenched fist, but we can change ourselves with an open heart. We can move into a space where we realize that unity and gratitude and sense of purpose becomes the pathway for changing. And again, it is our individual responsibility. There is really nothing to change except ourselves, our perception, the way we view ourselves, and then immediately, collectively, our electromagnetic field will be expanded and the planet will transform with us. We are the planet. And absence means that you have literally removed yourself from that power, that responsibility. When you're present, you have shown up into that reality, the responsibility that we are the keepers of this earth, not them, we are. The moment we forgive ourselves, the energy that we have allocated to remorse and regret and victimhood is available to us at our fingertips. And that's the energy, the infused energy, the inspiration that we can leverage to define our purpose in life, how we are going to serve this planet, the role that we play. And purpose is always to follow your heart. Purpose is a unified process, a journey with a destination in mind. It is not a sense of duality, a goal-based process. It's not a doing thing, it's a being thing. And the moment that we define that purpose, declare that purpose, we can also commit to that purpose. Once we commit, there is no hesitancy, no chance to draw back. We have shown up fully, and in that space we become trustworthy and strong, and we have the ability to define how we want this planet to serve us. Unified, we have that power. It is up to us to strengthen and fortify our own electromagnetic field so that the light that we shine may shine with other lights and collectively become the radiant sun that completely transforms everything now, not then, here. And the quickest way, the most powerful way, is to be grateful. To be grateful now for what we have, for where we are, and for what's going on right now. Just as I am grateful for this opportunity to share my thoughts and my heart with you, just as I am grateful for every breath I encounter, every moment I live, every day I collect as a pearl on my necklace of happiness or joy. Join me. Move away from the pills of your head, from the duality of your mind, into the unity of your heart. Move into the space where purpose, you, your role, your light really truly means something. Nourish yourself primarily, flower, bloom, and then share that harvest. We only give what we have. And if we're not taking care of ourselves and our closest environment, there's nothing else to give. And the only way to give is to be able to receive. And the only way to truly receive is to open your heart. And I invite you to open your heart. Join me and join us healing the earth. It has been a profound honor, pleasure to be with you. And I am very, very grateful. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you, Ganesh. That was amazing. So open our hearts, and the way to do that is to forgive ourselves and to feel grateful. Is that correct?
It is correct. You cannot open your heart if you reject yourself. Rejecting someone is not, or yourself is not, a healing process. The only way that any one of us can heal is by personal forgiveness. We do not have the power to forgive other people. We do have the power to forgive ourselves. And the only thing that really means is to relinquish ourselves of the animosity and the shame that we have perpetrated upon ourselves. We are the empowered beings. We are, once you have awakened to the fact that you have free will, then you can reject or abandon. You can devote your energy to awareness, or you can devote your energy to defiance or rejection. And this is in our hands.
Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you. Namaste.
This is a beautiful way to end today's session. Thank you very much for coming here today, and thank you for making the time to do this.
Thank you.
And with that, I'd like to say, first of all, thank you to every facilitator that has been here today, that has helped make our program as good as it has been, giving it everything they've got. And also, obviously, thank you to the Healing Our Earth team who put this program together, our program director, Mr. Nil Kumar, and also the host team, that is Deepa Vatlani, Dr. Lalit Soda, Prash Kotecha, the media team, which is Anita, Kesh, Varsha, and a special thanks to the technical team, Malesh Kota and Nishit Kotak. Nishit has been absolutely amazing and has been tirelessly spending all of Sunday doing this for us, and this would not have been possible without Nishit. So thank you very much. Obviously, you do know that you can watch us live on healingourearth.com and on our Facebook page, which is facebook.com/healingourearth. We are also now streaming live on Enrich TV, our associate internet TV. And from now on, all future host sessions will stream live on it too. let's not forget, if we've not told you before, let me tell you now, on the 31st of May, which is 2 weeks from now, 2 Sundays from now, to mark World Environment Day, which is on the 5th of June, we've organized a special event powered by the Brahma Kumaris called Healthy Mind, Healthy Planet. So we certainly look forward to seeing you all there. And also, obviously, next Sunday, what we've got is another spectacular lineup. And our program will focus on something very simple, which is acts of kindness. And it will span from 11 a.m. till 6 p.m. BST. So we look forward to seeing you all there and continuing to support the Healing Our Earth team. We are both humbled by the huge response that we've had and very happy that we're making a difference with our programs so far. And as we keep reiterating over and over again, let's all join in to give out positivity to the earth and to continue to bask in that positivity and make us a one world family. Thank you very much. Namaste.